Right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 5 of the hearing of Plan Change 69. And it's the morning has been set aside for hearing from the officers. Now, there are a couple of matters that came in to me last night through emails from Ms. Lords in terms of the one of them was from a submitted Denise Carrick, who advised that she wanted to be heard because of the number of changes that there have been to the ODP. She was unavailable to attend this morning, so she is going to provide some additional comments in writing, or may in fact have done that. And of course, I don't see that there's any prejudice to the applicant. That's what the board can apply. So I'll receive that. The second matter relates to the issue of the setback. And Mr. England isn't here at the moment, but there was correspondence that was copied to me last night from Ms. Borry, who, as you'll recall, spent some time talking about the setback issue and was involved, in fact, in the circle of Judge Jackson, or the events that gave rise to the consent order from Judge Jackson. But she has raised some concerns with Mr. England, and that's been copied to me, in relation to the, at that stage, conditional agreement in relation to the setback, and hasn't had an opportunity to comment on it, and hasn't been involved in any of the discussions, and has asked Mr. England to be involved in any future discussions on the issue. And I mean, that issue is one that really does need to be sorted through, and I see in the latest version it seems to have been addressed in there. But one of the issues from my perspective is that I simply have not heard any expert evidence at all on what is being proposed. And as everybody knows, this is not party-to-party litigation. If the applicant and the council agree, that's one matter, but it's up to me in the end as to whether I consider that to be appropriate or not. So I'm still a little troubled that we haven't really got to the bottom of how we can address that issue. And I know in the discussions yesterday there was a comment made, and it may be incorporated in here, that it would be recorded in the decision that it's a matter of agreement, not of expert evidence. And to me, that's not appropriate in a district plan hearing context, because it is just what it is, a district plan. It's not a party-to-party issue. So we are going to have to sort that issue out, and it may mean that we do have to come back briefly for me to hear evidence on that issue.
I just, if I can clarify that, you will be hearing from Mr. England that he's happy with what's proposed and why he's happy.
But he's not an odour expert.
Mr. Bean is going to be there.
Yes.
Yes, but I haven't heard from Ms. Lernhausen in terms of it. And that was what initiated this, because she advised at the commencement of her appearance in front of me the other day that she hadn't had time to digest the information.
Well, maybe we need to clarify that with her. Her concern was that the number was too big, not that the number was too small, if you like. And we can certainly clarify that with her.
Well,
but maybe we can deal with it after we hear from Mr. Bender and Mr. England.
We can, but I'm signaling very clearly to the parties that I would need to be satisfied that that is an appropriate outcome. And the agreement is, I can take it into account, obviously, but in the end, I need to make the decision based on information before me and the expertise of the key witnesses. So that's just signaling and I think it's a reasonably clear signal, but it's an issue that does need to be tied down. And if it takes a half day back together, I know I expressed some reluctance in terms of that before Christmas, but we can do that. Because I'm conscious, as we all are, of some looming dates in February. And I certainly want to have this hearing well closed before.
Yeah. We'll wait till we hear from Mr. Bender, and then we might just need a clarifying statement from applicants, odor experts, that then the concern isn't that the number's too small, the concern is the number's too big, and why they say that. So that may need to be clarified.
Yeah, that's true. And then there is that, and then there is also the issue as to whether the witness, the submitters who have submitted on that issue particularly, and Borrow is one of the CDHB is another, have an opportunity to comment on it. And that may not need an appearance, but it may be done in writing. But I'm very conscious that there have been, and it's not criticising, because this is part of the process. It's a deliberate process, and the applicant hears matters and considers them and may make some changes. So I'm not criticising the fact that there are changes to the ODP, but that particular issue will need to be addressed quite clearly. So after that introduction from me, we can get on with, unless there's anything else, we can get on with hearing that.
No, so what we're going to do is just update you before the council officers start on what the applicant's position is at the moment in terms of what it's offering, in terms of the plan change for the various council witnesses. Jocelyn, are you able to get that document up? So Mr. Phillips is just going to talk through some proposed changes to the ODP text, which you have in front of you, and also the ODP plan. And for some reason, it's corrupting when we try and print it. It looks fine on the screen and corrupts when we try and print it. So Jocelyn's just going to get the screen version up in front of us, but the Commissioner does have a correct version at the moment, albeit a handwritten version. So if we can just wait till Jocelyn gets the... No. There we go. Yeah. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Phillips, you're going to
take you through it. Yeah, so if you start with the text document, probably the easiest place to start. So that will become quite colourful, but I've denoted in blue changes that have been made since my evidence was presented and it was an updated set of provisions. So keep track of where they've arisen. So the first page just sets out the proposed changes sought by plan change 69. Item number 4 reflects the proposed 100 metre setback from the outline from the Lincoln sewage treatment plant, and that's now denoted on the ODP diagram with the blank hatch. Below the Lincoln treatment plant. Number 5, it's just a numbering change to the assessment matter that was sought by the Ministry of Education has changed. It's picking up the reference to period 9. Over the page, you've got the outline development plan narrative. First page, the blue text that you see now introduces a cap on households for the plan change area of 1,710 households. And that will, like people get elaborated on by council's traffic expert. I think the traffic experts have been talking around modelling, and that reflects some of that discussion. Over the page, the words, this includes provision for a connection to a potential extension of Allendale Lane. On the page that reflects the request of Mr. Thompson. He suggested slightly different words. I suggested to him that because the urban growth overlay, which wording that he uses thing in the operative plan, it'd be more appropriate to refer to other terms and get through that wording. Further down the page, the yellow and the green, obviously that's come up previously. In terms of the blue wording of transport networks, previously I think it's road network, so because they relate to more than just road matters, change it to transport. And similarly recognising that's accommodating general growth rather than just vehicular traffic. The word anticipated is inserted before the word funding responsibility, and that reflected some of the questions I received from you around potential conflict between RMA provisions and LGA requirements. So it signals what's intended, which is the purpose of detailing funding mechanisms, but I guess it provides some scope in the event that the LGA needs to prevail. Those changes are reflected in table 1. The maximum of 1,354 households as a trigger for certain works has been reduced to reflect the proportionate reduction in the total number of households. So previously it was 2,000, proportionately reduced down to 1,354. On the far column, some changes have been made to who is responsible for funding, and that reflects feedback received from Mr. Maisie as to what the most appropriate form of funding was, which we accept. And then there's 3 new rows at the bottom. Firstly, there is a park and ride facility catering for at least 75 cars. It's now proposed in the eastern block, and it's denoted in purple on the plan at the top, and some blue hatching on the hand marked version in front of you. So that's immediately north of the commercial area, the eastern part of the block.
So that's the park and ride on the head.
Yep. So there will be a park and ride facility catering for at least 75 cars, and the trigger for that would be prior to the occupation of any houses on the eastern side of Springs Road that will be developed and funded. Over the page, a pedestrian and cycle crossing is now a requirement on Springs Road located on the University Road frontage. That's required prior to any households within the ODP area. That's not shown on the ODP plan.
Sorry, I've just lost track of that. Which page?
Sorry, so table, if you head over to page, the second page containing the table, the top row.
Pedestrian and cycle crossing.
Yes, the pedestrian and cycle crossing on Springs Road located on the Lincoln University Road frontage. And it's intentionally not being specified where it goes, because there might be some discussion with council as to there's different locations, I understand from Mr. Fuller, as to where that might be best located. It's intentionally being indicated.
I'll just signal it now, and you may not be able to answer it, but I'm just I'm interested to hear what the statutory process would be, if any, for that. So whether that needs to be consulted on. But yeah, just signaling that at the moment. People never think about that. I'm not entirely clear whether it would need to be or not. Okay. All right, and the next one.
And the next one is the road link that's been talked about previously, or potential road link into Taitariki. So the road in Taitariki subdivision is known as Taitariki Drive, where that stormwater pond is. It's the requirement there is for that to be provided subject to council approval of the use and conversion of utility reserve for this purpose, and timing is subject to and following any council approval for that change. The main reason for inserting that is I think still recognise that it's not there's no certainty, because it's got to go through another process and it's not relied upon, but it was more that if that doesn't proceed, that's something that's the responsibility of the developer in terms of funding, including any compensatory stormwater facilities. So it's on development. And if you go to the penultimate page in front of you of the text changes, there's wording under the heading servicing, blue, and that details the requirement for dwellings to be set back 100 metres from the edge of the sewage treatment pond, and the requirement for any residential allotments within 150 metres of that pond edge to be subject to an open place covenant.
One thing, and I'll ask you since you're in front of me. What's the status of something inside that? whether it's the 150 or the,
So in terms of breaching the outline, breaching or not
Breaching the rule.
Yeah, don't provide the outline development plan, it's discretionary. Actually, I should know that straight off my head. It's discretionary, fully discretionary. I'll check, can I check that and come back to you? It's surprising, I should know that off the top of my head, but I'm not going to give you the incorrect data.
No. Yeah, so it's probably two issues. One is if it's a breach of the rule, which is essentially what it is, what the activity status is, if you were looking at trying to put something within there.
Yeah.
And that, so in terms of the ODP, same issue, but just what the activity would be. Activity status.
Yeah, probably so. So I'm not doing it. My assumption is it's discretionary because I think the brief that is that are covered by that. It's probably the status that should have or something requiring explanation. Breach, but I'll come back on that.
Okay, thank you. Right, anything else to be brought to mind?
No, the two changes to the ODP plan itself were just the odor setback attached in the park and ride facility. Nothing that's the same as it was.
Okay, and there's a reduction to 1710 households, beyond which there needs to be a further assessment. So 1710 households.
Yes. Yeah. There was some discussion yesterday around whether there's value in having the words beyond which an integrated transport system shall be required, given that that may be a requirement. It's a discretionary activity in any event. I think the intent here was, the suggestion was that because the household limit was driven for transport, was imposed for transport reasons, whether it's health or safety, in broad terms, that transport will be the focus of any consent. So I appreciate it. Discretionary activity, it's up to council to decide when applications launch.
All right, thank you for that. Now, Mr. Boys, could we? I haven't got this summary.
Yeah, no, probably easier if we just circulate all of them. I think the only one that's itchy Jocelyn doesn't appear to be here is Murray's summary.
Not yet.
Okay, but he's on his way down anyway. Just while doing that, the order, it's on the timetable, I just thought we might change it a little bit, just in order to make it a bit more logical in terms of the issues. So, Dr. Greg Burrell's here, so we'll sort of start with him, because it relates to some of the construction methodology impacts, which then Mr. Morris can comment and update you on. Then hopefully by that time, Mr. England would have arrived, and then be followed by Mr. Bender, who's going to give you some odour expert odour evidence on the response to the applicant's amended proposal, setback. Then Mr. Nicholson with urban design, Matt Collins with traffic, and then finally myself. And as per your request, Mr. Wright is I think going to actually come down around morning tea time. So just to clarify, was that in question around the legal matters in particular,
No,
Mr. Wright? Or?
No, the issue is around the matters that were raised yesterday by a number of the submitters in terms of the absence of facilities, sporting facilities.
No, sorry.
So
I just asked because Mr. Wright is obviously an expert on the law of changing the status of utility reserves.
No, that's not the issue.
Because we did sort of comment a wee bit about that in the context of the recreation reserve in terms of the LIFI, but certainly the difference between that and the utility reserve that's now in play with the amended road connection. Yeah, it's something we can come back to you on, but obviously no one is giving evidence to the council as a legal expert, so we'd have to come back to you on that.
No, the issue is in relation to the primarily in relation to paragraph 6 of Mr. Riker's statement.
Excellent, Wiley. Just Lou to be able to pass it on to Mark so that he's fully informed when he gets here of this specific.
And as I say, I'm more than happy for him to prepare by Zoom because it's only brief. Just a couple of clarifications.
I think he was going to be in the area anyway, so that's good. Excellent. So we'll just start with Burrell.
Before Mr. Burrell starts, I'll just have a look at that role, that it is a discretionary activity, so it's rule 12.1.7.7. stipulates the subdivision of Northern Z zoning, but is not in general compliance with the not description.
But just let me know if there is a difference in terms of the specific rule itself, C9.2, whatever it is.
That's slightly more problematic,
Yeah,
but I can
That's
go
not,
over that.
that's slightly more problem.
that's the one we referred to the other day that talks about it being restricted to discretionary, but with no,
Oh,
With no
There's a number of
discretion.
references, the number of references changed with the consequential amendments to other changes in the plan. So now it's pretty clear that the number that it refers to is no longer the rule it was when the plan was first made operative. And then if you go to the reasons for rules, it clearly states that it's a non-complying activity, but you can't get there through the numbering of it. But I can
yeah.
take you through that when I go later on. Right?
it's something.
All right.
Have you got this?
I have just got them now, yeah, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Burrell. I've read through your report and you've prepared a statement of evidence, so if you can just take me through that, if you can take it from paragraph 2.
Very well, thank you, and good morning. I hold a Bachelor of Science. I hold a Bachelor of Science, postgraduate diploma in science, and a Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in science, all majoring in zoology, and in particular ecology, and all obtained from Canterbury University. I'm a member of the New Zealand Freshwater Sciences Society and the North American-based Society for Freshwater Science, and I co-facilitate the Christchurch Ecology Group. I've published scientific papers and a book chapter on ecology in relation to groundwater surface water interactions. I'm a director and senior scientist at InStream Consulting Limited. I've worked in the role for the past 7 years. My work is centred on freshwater ecology and water quality, including assessing ecological values, assessments of environmental effects, restoration and catchment planning. I have over 20 years experience working as an ecologist. I'm familiar with the site, having previously undertaken ecological sampling in Springs Creek, Liffey Stream, L1 Creek, Lincoln Main Drain, and the Ararira or L2 River for the Living Water Program. I've also undertaken fish sampling and fish relocation in Lincoln Main Drain and its tributaries for the Te Whariki subdivision. I have no conflict of interest with this application.
You don't have to read the code, you're agreed to file it.
Okay, so I'll skip to scope of evidence. The scope of my evidence is as follows. Summary of ecological values and issues within the PC69 area. Response to the updated ODP and residual concerns regarding ecological effects. As discussed in my report to the Selwyn District Council, I consider the following to be the key ecological values and issues associated with Plan Change 69. Spring and wetland habitats across the site are ecologically significant. That is because springs and wetlands are threatened ecosystems and biodiversity hotspots. The area of proposed development has the greatest density of mapped springs within the Canterbury region. I consider that the key ecological issue associated with the proposed plan change is the impact of urbanisation on hydrology of threatened spring and wetland ecosystems. Given the ecological significance of the site and the potential adverse effects of urbanisation, a high degree of certainty is required that spring and wetland values can be adequately protected as part of any land use change. Spring and wetland habitats can be protected once they are adequately delineated, their underlying hydrology is understood, and adequate buffers are placed between them and infrastructure such as roads, buildings, and surface trenches. Response to the updated ODP. The most recent version of the ODP, that was dated 24th of the 11th, 2021, includes numerous changes and additions under the heading of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. Overall, these changes provide greater protection to all water bodies on site, and I am broadly supportive of them. I particularly support the proposed buffer zones between water bodies and earthworks and building. I consider the 100-metre buffer zone for springs to be appropriate given the significance of the site. A 100-metre buffer around springs will effectively join up the springs into two large spring zones, with one spring zone to the north near the old homestead and one spring zone to the east closer to the Altu or Ararira River. Joining up the springs into two protected spring zones provides the opportunity to protect and enhance ecological values at a greater scale, providing greater overall ecological benefit. I have some minor suggested changes to the revised ODP as follows. So the first one is insert Springs Creek into the following sentence as indicated by underlining. This could include protected reserve space, native planting, naturalisation and in-stream enhancement of Springs Creek and the spring-fed drains within the site. In section BII, delete the words indicating by strikeout in the following sentence. Plans specifying springhead restoration, Springs Creek riparian management, waterway crossing management and waterway restoration and enhancement options, and then delete within the proposed reserve spaces, segregation of spring water and untreated stormwater. That is because there is ecological benefit to enhancing wetland and riparian values within parts of the 100-metre spring buffers that are currently shown to fall outside of proposed reserve areas. Residual concerns regarding ecological effects. Overall, I am pleased with the positive changes made to the proposed ODP with regards to protecting and enhancing ecological values. I do, however, have residual concerns, mainly regarding potential construction impacts on springs and regarding how wetlands will be managed. In her main evidence for Environment Canterbury and Christchurch City Council, groundwater expert Ms. Aitchison Earl raised concerns about shallow groundwater levels and the lack of groundwater monitoring data from the site. Based on her evidence, it is unclear just how shallow groundwater levels are on the site and therefore the risk and practicality of mitigating effects on springs using engineering methods. Regarding engineering mitigations, in paragraph 15 of the summary evidence, Mr. McLeod referred to several subdivisions he has been involved with that used mitigation measures to deal with shallow groundwater in springs. The examples he gave fall within the Christchurch City Council's Southwest Hallswell ODP and within the Upper Styx ODP. I note there are very few mapped springs in these ODPs, 2 springs in each ODP versus dozens at the PC69 site. Plus they are new developments with presumably no groundwater monitoring data. Thus the potential significance of adverse effects is smaller in his examples because there are far fewer springs to affect. And it is uncertain whether the mitigation measures were successful because they are such recent developments. With regards to construction dewatering impacts on springs, in paragraph 18 of the summary evidence, Mr. Vendrick suggested water could be pumped into the downstream watercourse to mitigate flow loss in the spring. This would not be an acceptable mitigation from an ecological perspective, given the greatest value to protect may be the spring itself, not necessarily the downstream waterway. Mention is made under section AII of the updated ODP text of potential mitigation measures for loss of spring flow. A common solution is to pump groundwater into the spring head to restore surface flow. I'm aware of several examples in Christchurch City where urban development has resulted in flow loss in spring head streams. These include Kaputoni or Kaputahi Creek, Shirley Stream and Island Stream. In all cases, the council ended up supplementing flows with pumped groundwater, with generally poor success in terms of protecting ecological values. Given the ecological significance of the site with respect to springs, there should be a high level of confidence that the development can avoid adverse effects. I'm not sure if this level of confidence has been reached yet. This is a matter for the relevant groundwater and engineering experts to confirm. In paragraph 27 of her main evidence, Ms. Drummond refers to protection of natural inland wetlands as defined by the operative National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. This definition refers to a subset of wetlands that are dominated by native plant species. In my opinion, this restrictive wetland definition may not be appropriate for this site, given its long history of pastoral land use. There is a risk that such a restrictive definition will preclude protection and enhancement of all wetlands on site. I raised this definition as an issue during a telephone conversation with Ms. Drummond, but it is currently unresolved.
Thank you. Another definition in the NPS FM is improved pasturism, which exclude.
Yeah, it's under the submissions regarding that at the moment. Yeah.
Other submissions about it at the moment.
Yeah, so at the moment there's been, that's an area where there were submissions called on from government regarding the definition. And I believe those submissions are closed, but that's where we're at with that.
So there are obviously some issues identified with that definition.
Yes, there's a clear tension between, I guess, protection of ecological values and wetlands and I guess development of land use.
Do you know if that definition of improved pasture has found its way into any other documents to date? Statutory documents, or have you come across it in any other?
I'm unaware, but it's definitely a moving target.
Right. Clarification from your summary. All right, we'll just you've identified in paragraph 7A of your summary the proposed areas of the greatest density of mapped springs within the Canterbury region. So that rarity obviously contributes to the ecological significance of it in your view.
Absolutely, yes, that's a key aspect of it.
In paragraph 10, you suggested changes to the revised ODP, and your quote in A here. Not worried about the wording that you put in, but just the wording itself, and particularly the use of the word could in that, which is in your quotation. This could include protected reserve space, native planting, naturalisation, etc. And there's just a matter I'm considering is whether that creates a lack of certainty, basically. What's your view from the ecologist's perspective?
Yes, I did in my markup of the ODP have a comment saying should or shall question mark. If that would provide the great certainty, then certainly from an ecological perspective, that would be good. If it was more directive.
In 13, you've talked about the developments that have been identified in the upper sticks in the southwest horse ODP, and you say 8 is fewer springs to effect, and secondly, uncertain as to whether the mitigation measures have been successful due to them being recent developments. What sort of period of time do you need to establish whether, or to be comfortable that a mitigation method has in fact been successful?
Well, I'm aware that this is in terms of my area of expertise, I'm comfortable talking about groundwater in generally as it relates to ecology. And I'm aware that Ms. Aitchison spoke to this to a certain extent 2 days ago. And so those experts had talked about requiring about a year's worth of monitoring data. The baseline now, of course, the difficulty with development is that it's incremental, and so it will take time, it will take the course of the development to determine the full effects, presumably. And you have to monitor them to know if the mitigations are effective.
The monitoring provisions that have been included in the ODP, I think, did you have any concerns in relation to that?
No, I didn't. From what I had seen, they looked good. Absent from the monitoring is any talk of ecological monitoring, but that would be pretty unusual in an outline development plan. It would be more appropriate usually at the whatever consent or the district-wide monitoring program.
From an ecological perspective, would it be useful to perhaps identify that the ecological management plan just make sure it doesn't, but includes monitoring.
I'm just rereading it to see if it does.
Assist with the
There you go.
Sorry, should have spotted it. So ongoing maintenance and monitoring requirements that have to be implemented. And these include groundwater level, spring water level, and spring flow monitoring. You have that reference? Or anything to add to?
I guess the question is whether ecological monitoring would be added at this stage. I would be very surprised if there is not going to be ecological monitoring at some point. It's whether, given the scale of it, that it's required by, I guess, the developer versus the council. But that's the ODP silent on that. So ecological monitoring would be worthwhile. So at the moment it says this includes groundwater level, spring water level, and spring flow monitoring, and it's whether you add it and may include ecological monitoring.
For my knowledge, what ecological monitoring is a fairly broad term. What does that involve?
Yeah, it is broad. Often ecological monitoring, as Mr. Taylor mentioned in his appearance, it often involves invertebrate sampling and fish sampling as sort of indicators of values. In this system, which is dominated by springs, I have in the past recommended specific monitoring of the biota that are associated with the springs, because when we refer to biodiversity hotspots, often these are the invertebrates that are associated with the groundwater that's emerging from the springs. that lend to some of that diversity. So that's certainly something that has happened elsewhere where we've had springs that are at risk. Yeah, and then in addition, if there is to be the usual suite of information might include monitoring by a wetland, a plant expert. That's something no plant experts have appeared here so far, but I'm very aware that given the historic wetland extent of the site and the wetland values, one would assume that some form of wetland monitoring might occur.
Okay, and in 15, you talk about the pumping groundwater into the spring head, and you've given examples there, and you've said that generally poor success in terms of protecting ecological values. Why is that?
Often the reason for pumping the groundwater is lost over time, and so I know that, for example, in Shirley Stream, where the headwaters were dried up, the water was supplemented by pumping from another waterway, and the pump was only operating 12 hours a day because it was assumed that it was for aesthetic reasons, but actually at the time it was for ecological. So it can be very easily, I guess the spring heads and the spring flow can be relatively easily lost, but regaining that flow and its integrity, it can be harder to gain. Also, as I mentioned, these springs, particularly the ones we're looking at on the site, they will generally harbour a groundwater fauna, a unique group of individuals of invertebrates. They're relatively fragile, and standard pumps tend to destroy them, so that fauna would be unlikely to survive there.
So that reinforces the ecological importance in your view of addressing the groundwater issue, so to avoidance rather than
absolutely, and in my opinion, it puts a lot of weight on the knowledge and expertise, I guess, with respect to groundwater and engineering.
Okay, you talked in there about the examples that Mr. McLeod gave. Can you give me some examples of where this has all gone terribly wrong in terms of the springs and even development?
I guess
We've got this, the Capitani.
is the Capitani. Yeah. So the Capitani is given as a widely known example. I think that generally speaking, so no, I can't give an example where there's been a development in an area like this, in terms of, and then looking at the potential effects on spring. But it's just because there isn't one. The closest example would be the Liffey nearby, which has got a similar density of springs, but in its situation, we still have undeveloped land on at least on one side of the springs. But this is certainly it's a unique and a rare site. Okay, I am aware of sites where there are numbers of springs. The Horswell area, the application stream, where there's a lot of development at the moment. Yes, Sutherland's right. Much of that area where those springs occur is within land that's been purchased by the City Council for reserves for a combination of stormwater and waterway restoration. The loss of spring flows and headwater streams is well recorded in general with respect to urban developments. Loss of headwaters to piping and such forth.
What about the other side of the equation, I guess, is if this project did not go ahead, or and so the land, presumably land remained as an agricultural use. And what's the the balance between the two, if you like?
I guess there's no denying that the ecological values of the site are degraded, and that's been outlined in evidence and in reports. So if there's no land use change, then it stays the same. The land use change or land purchase or a change in land management provides the opportunity to enhance value. So all things being equal, a landowner could create reserves on a piece of property, they could plant them up and protect waterways, for example. But often what tends to happen is that because that's can be a costly exercise, it's when land use change happens that those opportunities arise. And so, yeah, there is undoubtedly a potential benefit associated with land use change if the values can be protected and enhanced.
Now, you may not know, maybe Metaphors Boys, but yesterday, Mr. Rennie from the he gave us some two capacities. One was for the Te Wairora Trust and personal basis, but he made the comment that they would be required to do it anyway. And I understood he was referring to the statutory documents, the PSFM and the regional planning documents, etc. You're not a planner, obviously, but are you aware of, in a general sense, of any?
Yeah, my familiarity with the, I guess the likes of the NPS and such like is that they don't necessarily require you to, an individual landowner to restore the wetlands. There'll be protections and such like. But yeah, I can't speak to the fine details of the planning documents.
Okay. But in your general understanding, it's that they're focused on protection rather than trying to.
Yeah, I mean certainly regional district plans do talk about enhancement. Yeah, but often they're quite restrictive in terms of the definition of, particular types of wetlands that they need to be regionally significant or such like. The one thing that occurred to me that I'm unaware of the status of is the relationship between Living Water and so the Living Water Group, which is the partnership between the Department of Conservation and Fonterra and the District Council. I do know that they signed a memorandum of understanding with regards to working together and looking at better management of waterways. I don't know the status of that, so again, I don't know to what extent that would influence what's happening on this particular site.
Okay. So it's clearly you're happy with the buffer. The buffer, with the buffers.
Yes. Yes.
One of the benefits that was discussed yesterday that it was that the grouping of them in that manner, and the, as you would have seen on the ODP, when you look at the figure on there, it addresses or decreases the risk of etch effects.
That's exactly it. I didn't want to disappear down too many scientific rabbit holes in my summary, but that's exactly what I was referring to about better ecological enhancement.
Right, so your level of confidence is basically reliant on the engineering groundwater experts in terms of the avoidance of adverse effects.
Yes, yes.
I don't think you're interested in the summary. You may have, but you expressed concern in your report at paragraph 25 about you had issues with delineation. Had some concerns in relation to delineation and assessment of the wetlands and springs.
Yes, I think that's largely been addressed. It was just a bit unclear from Mr. Taylor's earlier reports exactly where the springs were that had been visited, and I think that's been cleared up.
All right, that was all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we just in terms of once the witness is given made their appearance, are you happy for them to?
I'm happy to go.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
So once witnesses have given their evidence, I'm happy for them to go unless I expressly ask them to stay. So, excellent. Welcome, Mr. Morris. Now I've read your information that you provided as part of the officer's report. And then make some questions in relation to that. But Peter, summary, thank you. And if you could just take me through that from perhaps paragraph 4.
Okay, yeah, so my name's Tim Morris, so we're involved in the project. Thompson and Taylor have been engaged by Southern District Council to consider, based on information provided to us, the suitability of land for urban development regarding the underlying groundwater levels and the potential for surface flooding at design level events. I've been to the site and I'm familiar with the locality. I prepared the Thompson and Taylor report dated 14 October and 18 November 2021. Turns about scope. I'm familiar with the infrastructure report prepared by Innovo Projects, including the stormwater concept design report prepared by Inter Environmental. I've considered evidence provided by Owen O'Neill, Mr. Tim McLeod, and Mr. Bas Vendrick. I'll just moving on to flooding and stormwater. Mr. O'Neill advises that from a flooding perspective, proposed living area is appropriate. We are subject to modelling and design to consider appropriate stormwater management and finished levels for the development. Mr. O'Neill considers that modelling may be carried out prior to application for the subdivision consent. Subject to the outcome of the plan change, it is agreed with Mr. O'Neill's view that the necessary modelling may be undertaken to inform the subdivision consent application. Paragraph 39, Mr. O'Neill advises that proposed living Z area should be located above the 4 metre contour. Paragraph 41, Mr. O'Neill advises that stormwater management area should be located between the 3.5 and 4 metre contour. I've interpreted that Mr. O'Neill refers to existing levels rather than finished levels. Following earthworks, finished levels may be higher or lower than existing levels at different locations on the site. I've not been provided with modelling quantitative evidence to support the ground levels summarised above. Appropriate freeboard will be necessary above the tailwater level created by the stormwater management infrastructure. So while Mr. O'Neill's advice about the proposed extent of the living setting stormwater management areas are not supported by modelling, the conclusions seem reasonable so long as the site is appropriately engineered. Modelling will be necessary to determine appropriate engineering. The modelling and design work is likely to be iterative to arrive at an appropriate solution. Engineering may involve some combination of the following: excavation and filling, compensatory and/or attenuation storage, and conveyance design. Mr. O'Neill advises that the previously proposed living X area is not appropriate due to flooding issues. Mr. O'Neill's opinion on this matter is considered to be correct. The civil engineering evidence. I've considered the evidence prepared by Mr. Tim McLeod dated 4 November and his 23 November summary. Mr. McLeod covers a range of topics. My comments are limited to the matters covered in our 14 October report. Firstly, Mr. McLeod makes several references to flooding and stormwater. Mr. McLeod's opinions generally consistent with Mr. O'Neill's views. I've already covered that. Secondly, at paragraphs 22 to 27 and 35 to 38, Mr. McLeod considers groundwater. As outlined in our 14 October report, I agree that these matters can be addressed by appropriate investigation, design and construction. We consider that more work is required to inform the subdivision consent application if the plan change is successful. It is important that issues come into attention at that time. Thirdly, in paragraph 36, it is 23 November evidence. Mr. McLeod refers to evidence, to advice that is received from Fraser Thomas Limited regarding pavements. There's general agreement on these matters, including the importance of appropriate investigation, design and construction to ensure robust road pavements. Groundwater. I've considered the evidence of Mr. Bas Vendrick, dated 4 November and his 24 November summary. Mr. Vendrick covers a range of topics. My comments are limited to the matters covered in our 14 October report. At paragraph 25, Mr. Vendrick notes to help inform mitigation measures, he recommends that presoners are required. It is agreed that if the plan change is successful, this work is important to inform the engineering design and ultimate construction methodology. And yet also Mr. Vendrick identifies that mitigation measures may be required subject to investigation, and I completely agree with that comment. So in conclusion, I agree with the general conclusions made by Mr. Owen and Neil, also with Mr. Tim McLeod and Mr. Fassbender to the extent relevant to my scope and expertise. And very happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so you referenced in a number of places in your summary that your comments are limited in terms of the scope of your work. That's appropriate if you have a look at the other issues, but the scope of work is reasonably wide, wasn't it? 106 matters, feasibility and challenges arising from nature of anticipated civil construction.
Yeah.
And impediments that will take the flood risks. So,
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just make it clear that, for example, Mr. McLeod talked about some issues around wastewater and those sorts of things. So
Yeah.
that's not necessarily something I know a lot about. Similarly, Mr. Beaton talked about that some of the intricacies of the system from a groundwater science perspective, and that's something that I'm
so you had a site inspection.
Yes.
In terms of the flooding groundwater, so you're content that the necessary modelling is undertaken at the time of the subdivision consent application, not something you see as appropriate at this stage?
That's correct. Yeah, there's reasonable grounds to conclude that there's a general perspective on the issue, and more detail can be done. I guess the venture is successful, and it's got more certainty on this one.
Okay, in paragraph 11, you comment on the existing levels rather than finished levels, and you note that they may be higher or lower than existing levels at different locations. Is that something that more information is needed about at this stage?
Oh, no, I was just, I guess, making the point that to make it all work, there might be some installation necessary in certain areas and some filling in other areas. And that will result in levels being different than that at the moment, so that's appropriate.
So is it still appropriate that they're at those RL contour levels that are noted in the previous paragraph?
No, I guess what I'm interpreting is that the location and plan where the existing 4 metre contour, it seems to be reasonable grounds to conclude it's appropriate. But once the design work's been done, then potentially the level might need to be slightly different than the existing contour. Or that's my interpretation of the information that has been provided. The information that we're seeing, I mean, I guess that you can't conclude that 4 metres full stop is the exact level because the developer hasn't had the opportunity to do that.
Tailwater, which are 13, what's tailwater?
So what I mean by that is that once there'll be some very slush pond or a attenuation pond or a wetland or something of that nature. So that will control the level of the water will flow into that from the site, and that will effectively set a water level in a flood or in a storm event. So that there need to be sufficient freeboard above that water level for the development. So Mr. McLeod talked about the need to locate that infrastructure above the floodplain and the river, and that's completely correct. But I guess I'm just making it clear that there's an additional consideration, which is making sure that there's sufficient freeboard above that infrastructure and the water level and the infrastructure to the development, to the houses, to the roads.
You've talked about the modelling. You've said the conclusion seemed, this is your 14 summary. You say the conclusions seem to be reasonable so long as the site is appropriately engineered. So that's on that assumption. I mean, how critical is that, or how delicate is that, if you like?
Well, I know it's reasonable to conclude that it can be made to work. It's just, I guess, a few question marks around the details, and I guess that there's a little bit of fair bit of engineering effort necessary just to sort of fill in the gaps and finalise some levels and matters of that nature.
But that means that can be worked through.
That's my
stage.
correct. Yes.
In terms of groundwater, you expressed the view that in 18 of the summary and your evidence that that work can be, those matters can be investigated, designed and constructed through the subdivision process.
That's correct. Those technically feasible solutions to issues from an engineering point of view. I guess the success of those solutions is entirely dependent upon having a good understanding of the site. So that comes back to some monitoring, getting a good ground model, a good ground model. And I guess Mr. Lendrick and Mr. also made those points. So I agree with that. It's also about the designers being engaged to deal with what's in front of them, and some of the contractor being aware of the site conditions and being aware that some of the arrangements will require a little more effort than a more straightforward site, and they need to be engaged to deal with that. But certainly it is technically feasible.
Yeah, just look at your initial report. So the one was then, what was 2020, which was the initial one.
No, they were,
No, you were just the one. Yours was the 14th of October.
yes,
Correct. Okay, in your section 3, page 2 of that report, it's difficult to reconcile the estimated flood depths and the ODP figures with any certainty. The earthworks prepared in some areas. Then you identified those other matters that you said were the model results will depend on those factors such as the lake level, extent of weed growth, and all those sorts of things. Can you just talk me through that and how that
So
is addressed?
at that point in time, that was following the site meeting with Tim Cloud. There was talk about the 4 metre contour, but the version of the ODP, the figure attached to the ODP at that point in time didn't any reference to the 4 metre contour. So there was some, I guess, regional scale kind of modelling that gives you a bit of a perspective, but whilst it's useful to provide a general perspective, it's not really that helpful in terms of the detail of the site. And that illustrates some areas of flooding, but at that point in time it's impossible to reconcile that to the 4 metre contour. Since that point in time, the ODP has been updated and one thing that illustrates the existing 4 metre and 300 contour. Those other things, I guess, just factors that need to be taken into account when it's done. So I guess details that need to be addressed, but not matters that would constitute fundamental flaws or anything like that.
Okay, there are a number of matters raised by the by submitters in terms of springs and in terms of construction activities. Have you looked at any of that, particularly the evidence that was presented on behalf of the clients?
I'm generally familiar with the issues that some of the raised. I guess I'm not completely off the top of you familiar with all the detail of it, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions on that. But I mean, I think that there was obviously concerns about flooding and sort of thing. That's something that's been dealt with.
It was really whether you were able to talk to me at all about the issues that were raised in relation to construction activities and intercepting groundwater.
Yes, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Talk about that.
Yep, no, but if you talk me through that, because obviously that was identified and the evidence talks about the methods that can be used to address it. So can you just talk us sort of through your experience with that sort of thing, or if you had any comments in relation to the issues that can arise in trenching and how they're dealt with, and one of the issues that was raised in terms of the breach of the confining layer.
I think let's start with that. That was, I think, was an issue raised by the CBT in trading the confining layer. So that site, I'm actually quite familiar with that site. Colleagues have some work on that site can read it on myself, but I discussed it at length with my colleagues. So it's common for judicial investigations to go through that layer. It's easy to seal them up most of the time. There was one case, one CBT on one site that became problematic and it was eventually resolved. But I think that was a very extreme situation. That one CBT on that one site was certainly not normal. It's important that some of these investigation programs are a little bit iterative, so that you sort of gain a bit of an understanding of the site, and additionally it's done to infill that and sort of be doing more work. You can kind of take account of some of the risks and what have you, so that those sorts of issues are dealt with. The issues with trenching and intercepting groundwater, certainly that's an issue. Comes down to understanding the site, good ground model, good design, and a contractor that's engaged in the process and is aware of the site and aware of the situation and has made adequate suitable provisions for that in the construction methodology. So you don't sort of end up with someone that sort of goes into it without dealing with that problems. So I'm not saying it's easy, but it's certainly technically feasible, and if the right level of effort is devoted to the site, then the situation can be addressed. And in principle, I agree that some combination of the solutions that Tim talked about is would appear likely outcomes likely required in this site.
And of those steps that are implemented, say in terms of the trenching, put the material and etc., and that creates issues, can that be remediated? I'm not sure with remediated.
It's done properly, those issues can be.
Right, Mr. Morris, thank you for your it's time for more tea. Take a break before we start with Mr. England.
Right, thank you.
Okay, let's take a break now. All right, we'll get underway again. You're on. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Brockus. Thanks for coming down. There was just a couple of issues that I wanted to discuss with you in light of some of the evidence we've had from submitters over the last few days. And they relate to essentially paragraph 6 of your report. I don't really got that with you, but you may not need it. But there were a couple of issues that were raised. One was in relation to the use of the Lincoln University fields as being one of the factors that was taken into account in not requiring the larger recreational circuit. And there was discussion from a number of submitters essentially saying, well, that's almost a no-go. You can't get to use the Lincoln University fields for anything. There was an example given of one group that had been trying to get access to it for some time and couldn't. Is that your experience, or do you know?
In my experience, it has been difficult to get access to Lincoln University grounds. We have had numerous discussions with Lincoln University over the years on potential for sharing facilities, but there have been some community use of the grounds. Rugby have used grounds for training and that sort of thing as a sort of overflow space for them. When we do our modelling on sports park demand, we don't take that into consideration. So we exclude both school grounds and university grounds because of the limited availability to those sites. But often the clubs themselves may negotiate access, but we don't actually include that.
Right, that's not included in one. That's not something we rely on. Not something that you would rely on in terms of.
No, not in terms of our modelling for the sports park provision.
One of the other issues that was raised by a number of students, and one in particular yesterday, is the is what they consider to be a lack of sporting facilities, if you like, in Lincoln in particular. And they discussed how busy the Lincoln domain is and how limited it is in terms of netball and those sorts of activities. And also identified a concern with the fact that for most things that they need to do with their children in a sporting context, they need to drive out of Lincoln. So there was a very clear concern from some of the submitters that the facilities in Lincoln were overused basically, and there wasn't that capacity.
Yes, so in Lincoln itself, the Lincoln domain, that is pretty much at capacity in terms of sports use, although there have been some changes recently. For instance, netball is now, the way the netball competition runs, they practice all over the place, and then they sell the netball, have had all of their games at Lincoln domain on Saturday. So all the teams from all over the district come there. More recently, with the opening of the Selwyn Sports Centre, the competition is now split between those two facilities so that they can play indoors, and they also use the courts at Lincoln as well. So that's actually reduced some of the demand for netball. We're aware that there is an issue around football, particularly space for football and cricket in Lincoln at the moment. And also training for rugby. So we do have council, in fact, relatively recently, has approved negotiation for the purchase of land as an extension to the existing domain. So that's about a 5.6 hectare block that extends from where the Lincoln Event Centre is right out to Boundary Road. we've been trying to get that land for quite some time, and that seems to be coming to fruition now. So that will provide additional space for active sports, and we can get 2 or 3 additional fields onto that space. In addition to that, we've also purchased a couple of years ago a 22-hectare block in Birches Road, and it's on the periphery of Prebbleton, but it's around a 5-minute drive from Lincoln, and it's on the rail trail as well. So it's easy to access for people from Lincoln. We purchased that block to service both the Lincoln community and Prebbleton as they expand. And the first stage of that's actually being developed as we speak. So, and that's about a 10-hectare area. Football is likely to be one of the key users there, as well as 2 more cricket pitches are going in there as well. So we have been sort of planning for growth for a long time, since we did our open space strategy in 2015. So we've got a pretty, and we've been purchasing land all around the place to try and get in front of that demand.
And you do it on like a catchment basis, so not necessarily a township basis.
Yeah, very much so. It's on a catchment basis, and here we really look at the Prebbleton, Lincoln, Broadfield community, and we do actually have additional land at Broadfield as well. It was purchased a number of years ago for sport requirements. Yeah, so it's very much on a wider catchment rather than on a township basis, and the idea is to create sports hubs. Because it's more efficient in terms of delivering the sports and activities on them, and in terms of the supporting infrastructure that's required.
There's major sports hubs are in Wollaston.
At the moment, we've got the major sports hub that is Fossil Park is there. Council also owns 100 hectares on the Whedon's Road, Levi Road corner, and that was specifically purchased as a future sports, recreation, community park space. And that's also a relatively short drive from Lincoln, and could be easily accessed from Lincoln. It's also not too far away from the cycleway, Lincoln Coastal Cycleway.
You talked about Birches Road, and you talked about the extension to Lincoln Domain. It looks like that's coming to fruition. Broadfield Reserve. Okay, so and the modelling that you've undertaken, I mean, is that something you do regularly? You update the models with?
Yes, so that's a model that we do as an input to the long-term plan. So every 3 years, although we have been doing it a little bit more regularly lately, just because of growth. So, and with that model, we've got a guideline of 3 hectares per 1,000 population as our sort of target for sports park provision, and that's right at the high end in terms of the sort of national benchmarking for sports parks, normally between 1.5 and 3 hectares. So that's what we try to aim for in terms of our provision levels across the district. And you can see from the modelling that there's a buffer that's been built into that to provide for additional growth should that occur.
And the latest modelling includes PC69.
Yes.
Growth.
Yes.
Is there much of a lag, loose word, that when you get, say, population growth, something like plan change 69, and that's taken into account in your modelling, but and what sort of timeframes, I guess, are you looking at, or is that how long's a piece of string in terms of the until the actual sort of facilities or that quantity of
Yeah, well, we do.
space available?
Yeah, we do try and get ahead of it. As an example, the Birches Road Park, so that's 22 hectares, so that's double the size, or more than double the size of the current Lincoln domain. So we're doing a 10 hectare block, which is about the same size as the existing Lincoln domain. So that's being developed at the moment, and we've actually brought forward another 4 hectares next year, just to keep up with demand. So there is some flexibility around it. We just look at our growth models and try and work it around that.
And are they generally or they development contributions go towards the reserves?
Yes. So most of them are demand for growth. There'll be a portion of cost that is rate cost based on the funding model and how much is actually attributed to growth and to the existing population.
Thank you. Okay, and then the figure that you have at the base of that page, we've just been discussing paragraph 6 or section 6, that's, so that's pretty self-explanatory. You've got the target and the purple on my copy line. Right.
You can see there's a slight deficit at the moment, but that will, as soon as the Birches Road Park is developed, that will actually be exceeded. And that's with plan change 69 built into that model.
And some of the developments that have occurred in Lincoln, has there been a requirement for council for larger recreational areas, or is it, how do you deal with it on that catchment basis?
Yeah, in terms of sports parks, the demand, there has been additional demand that we've been monitoring, and that's one of the reasons that we have been trying to purchase that extension to the domain. But also in terms of other types of recreation space, we have there's a new quite large playground space, which will be sort of almost a destination playground, which is going into Te Whariki. There's also some other, we're trying to sort of get a mix of different types of recreational opportunity as well. Down at Rosemerrin, we're looking to put a pump track and those sort of things. So, provide a whole range of different recreation experiences. One of the things with Lincoln, which has been a sort of key, is actually to provide walking linkages right around through the new developments, connecting them all up, and providing some good routes for people to cycle on.
Yes, I've spoken to a number of submitters about that issue, and they do seem to be quite well used recreationally, primarily, as they understand it.
Yeah.
Well, I've got you here. I'll just make sure that that's please take note of. I'm not going to get into the Legal Reserves Act exchange issues. I think that was all I had. So thank you for coming down and clarifying those matters. Appreciate it.
No problem.
England. And we've read your comments, obviously provided email and provided some questions about those. Here's a summary statement, which I appreciate. So start reading that at just paragraph 3.
The Lincoln water supply provides secure, untreated groundwater for the Lincoln community. Lincoln is expected to see significant growth over the next 30 years. Capacity upgrades are proposed to net growth, including additional water sources, pores, storage, and pipeline infrastructure. I consider that capacity within the Tupo network to service the plan change is available, and will further capacity upgrades are proposed, therefore future water conveyance capacity can be provided to accommodate this request. Testing of land within the plan change area to facilitate capacity upgrades will be required. Priority of consented water allocation needs to be exposed areas already zoned for development within the Lincoln growth boundary. This plan change area is outside the Lincoln growth boundary, and therefore, should the plan change be approved in whole or in part, consented water must be tested. To ensure adequate quantity of consented water remains for areas within Lincoln growth boundary, as recommended that consent CRC 04273, subject to being processed, CRC 001158 and CRC 152245 are vested in council that this be a requirement of plan change. To reticulate the water supply for the proposed plan change will need to be designed pipelines. Wastewater. Into the Pines wastewater treatment plant. Wastewater is treated and disposed of at the Pines wastewater treatment plant in Rolleston. The Pines wastewater treatment plant is designed to be progressively upgraded to accommodate up to 60,000 person equivalents per year of incoming flow. With plans to increase the treatment capacity up to 120,000 per year being prepared, and that's called the Pines 120. The current connected catchment in 2021 is a population equivalent of approximately 42,000 to 45,000. The land surrounding the Pines wastewater treatment plant is 7 centre cover irrigation, currently irrigating an area of 189 hectares. With another 50 hectares centre cover irrigated to be installed this year, 2021, bring the total to 239 hectares. This equates to servicing for more than 95,000 population equivalents, or more than 75,000 per year if the largest irrigator is not in operation. There are long-term plans to expand the irrigation area to cover 302 hectares, and this equates to servicing of more than 120,000 population equivalents, or more than 100 per year if the largest irrigator is not in operation. Ultimately, additional areas within the 486 hectares of land incentive could be developed for land-based disposal while remaining in compliance with existing resource consent conditions. The plan change area can be accommodated within the proposed future growth upgrades. Reverse sensitivity. The Lincoln Wastewater Management Pond, which I've called Lincoln Pond, is a critical part of the Eastern Selwyn Sewage Scheme, ESSS, network which provides resilience within the system. It is critical that this plan change application does not cause any reverse sensitivity issues which would obstruct the future consenting operation or lead to an increase in odour or other complaints relating to the Lincoln Pond. The reverse sensitivity issues, including complaints, result in obstructing the future Lincoln Pond consenting operation. Then there will be insufficient wastewater storage capacity to provide for growth sought to be enabled by the post-plan change, emergency storage and events of infrastructure failure within the ESSS network. Should the plan change be approved, I consider there should be measures put in place to avoid reverse sensitivity issues arising from sensitive activities, including residential activities establishing. I consider that one way this could be achieved is through the imposition of a setback area consistent with the existing role in the operative district plan within the plan change area, preventing sensitive activities from establishing. Reading the statement of evidence from Ms. Ewan Hosen, there were a number of inaccuracies identified in the applicant's assumptions. I note that these, as there wasn't an opportunity to discuss the operation of the Lincoln Pond during the evidence preparation period, The inaccuracies include inaccuracies in the future flows predicted from WSP's wastewater model, the assumption of infrequent use of the ponds. Further information has been gathered to resolve these inaccurate assumptions and attached to the statement. I've read the summary of evidence from Mr. Phillips. In paragraph 7.7, Mr. Phillips states that with the new information received this week, the assumed use of the LSTP site and therefore its potential odour effects may have been underestimated. He goes on to say that in the event that doubt remains, I accept that a precautionary approach would warrant retention of 150 metre setback. 18. The applicant has amended their proposal requiring dwellings to be set back 100 metres from the edge of a treatment pond and any residential allotments within 150 metres of the pond edge to be subject to a no complaints covenant in favour of the council in relation to the operation of the Lincoln sewage pond. Mr. Bender, in his statement of evidence, a summary of evidence, considers 100 metre setback will be sufficient to avoid nuisance levels of odour on future land uses and thereby avoid reverse sensitive effects on the LWTP. So in summary, I am satisfied that this amendment to the proposal adequately addresses reverse sensitivity issues. Wastewater conveyance. The Lincoln wastewater system is designed to convey flows to a terminal wastewater pump station in Allendale Lane, the Allendale Lane pump station. From this location, wastewater is pumped to the Selm Road pump station in Rolleston and onto the Pines wastewater treatment plant. The Allendale Lane pump station has been designed to pump up to 165 litres per second via the existing pressure main. The central batch reactors, SBR tanks, and the Lincoln pond, constructed prior to the establishment of the pump station, have been modified to act as peak wet weather flow buffering and ultimate design configuration. The existing Lincoln wastewater ponds also act as an integral part of the wider ESSS network, allowing emergency storage in the event of outages and temporary diversion of flows. There is limited capacity within the existing Lincoln wastewater pipe network to accommodate the proposed flows with PC system and catchment. As such, direct connection to the Allendale Land pump station will be required for the alternate development. Stormwater treatment and management. It is anticipated by the applicant that stormwater will be managed within stormwater management areas, SMAs. With the design of these areas following the process laid out in the Waterways, Wetlands and Drainage Guide, WWG. The amended ODP provides for a stormwater management area and a stormwater wetland reserve and removes the proposed living head zone. I am comfortable that the stormwater management process proposed by the applicant is now appropriate for the site. There is a viable means to dispose of stormwater for this planned change area. I would recommend that a stormwater consent is obtained from Environment Canterbury prior to resource consent being applied for from Southern District Council. Potential road access way through the council's utility reserve. The applicant has amended their proposal to include a road link through lot 1000 DP 535301 local purpose utilities reserve to Kota Drive. On the provision that an equivalent offset volume, storage volume is provided and linked to the stormwater system the storage was borrowed from, I am satisfied that no adverse effects on stormwater management will occur from this update. And I've attached a couple of attachments which have been forwarded through to the applicant on Monday morning. One is an email from Charlotte Mills from WSP, which is on updated modelling results, and summarised on page 7. And then on the following last page, page 8, this is the records which I could cover from site showing the final used since March 2020.
And this is the information that's been provided to the
Correct.
Okay, The email from Charlotte Mills that you've attached. Can you just explain to me the relevance of that, if you like, or the importance of it?
Yeah, so I suppose just jumping right to the absolute importance of it. In my original evidence, on page 7, paragraph 36, the original assumption from the applicant's ODA expert was that 700 cubic metres of buffer storage would be required, ultimately in a 5-year event, whereas the revised figures on that table on page 7 of my summary statement is 1,230. So there's twice the amount required.
I'll find that number, but what was that second number again?
1,230. And then that's the WSP one. And I suppose the table on the back is just sort of saying that's not a 1 in 20-year event that we use at Pond, it's actually used a lot more frequently than that. And speaking to our wastewater engineers, at least for the next few years, as we sort of grapple with water growth, the pond will be used probably in a more frequent manner. Ultimately in the future, maybe the same amount of time, but the discharges will be greater, large input into the system.
Okay, so the DFW, that's growth in the table, sorry, in the table we're just discussing. Growth DFW,
Yeah, so
DWF.
yeah, so DWF is dry weather flow, and WWF is wet weather flow. And I think the issue is that the original modelling was done on the model as it was a calibrated model plus the plan change population. And what this new information has is the existing model plus what Lincoln can ultimately grow to currently, plus the plan change population. So it's just populations.
So the information current now that you now have in that is there's Lincoln as current.
Yeah, so the
Lincoln
the top two are Lincoln with its ultimate growth that can sustain at the moment for the areas that are currently zoned. Then the bottom two column is Lincoln is ultimately is plus the plan changes.
So that's a really significant amount from this growth, from this plan change itself. Often. Okay. So what's happening with the wastewater treatment plant? Because there is this consents, the south, the Lincoln one. There are consents, and I understand that they're on hold, and you're also applying for an odor discharge consent.
Correct. So we've lodged 2 consents, from my understanding, trying to remember. One is for the containment of wastewater, and the second one is for leaching from the base of that. And the third consent we require is the odor discharge consent from the pond. That third consent will have to be lodged in the next couple of weeks.
So that's under preparation at the moment. Correct. And once that's in, the other ones will come off hold.
Yes. So we worked through a lot of further information requests from London Country, and hopefully resolve to those matters and identify the additional consent required. So before they can grant the first two.
So I'm clear, I mean, there's no future treatment proposed at that time. Correct. Let's have to excuse some of my questions, engineering areas, otherwise it's not my area of specialty, and it's probably clear on the documents, but I'm just trying to understand the role that it plays at the moment, and you've got, obviously, in terms of if there are events in the infrastructure, but does it also play an integral role? How much of it would normally go through there without, how much of the stormwater that ends up at the wastewater that ends up at the Pines would go through that plant on its way?
Yeah, so generally speaking, on a day-to-day basis, the pond is not used. The pond is sitting there full of water, but so it goes straight from the pump station up to the Pines wastewater treatment plant.
If it needs to be redirected to the Lincoln plant, that's just turning the switch or something.
It does require standing staff manual intervention to convey to the pond at the stage. Again, overflow to those storage tanks.
Can you recall when it was operating whether odor was an issue?
No, I spoke to our wastewater engineer yesterday and said he had received any complaints, which was how far back, so 3 years, and we can't recall any complaints. If you're standing on the pond edge, you can smell something. And it's, of course, everyone smells things differently, but there's actually a sort of sweet odour often from washing machines, dishwashers, baths. Wastewater is not just flushing fluids.
No. Okay, so the odor, I'm looking at your table, the record of pond being used. And you've got the odor prevention ones, the top two in that table on page 8. So is that just putting more water in to ensure that the depth is maintained above the sludge?
Yeah, that's correct. We have used potable water in the past, just into a waste of pure groundwater to do that, so we do use wastewater. And we do have consent to use the groundwater to find out and into the systems possible.
And when there is a rainfall event with high flows, what causes that to trigger the need need to use the pond.
Yeah, so the way, I suppose the way the pump station works is pumps at constant flow rate, so it doesn't change. But once that flow rate exceeds, so once the inflow exceeds the outflow, well then you most water brought out from the pump station, and that much overflows. In a rainfall event, there's two ways of additional flow going to the sewer network. So one is if the groundwater becomes elevated, that's infiltration into the pump network. And the second one is inflow. So if there's houses with low gully traps, then water could flow from the surface into those, into the sewer network, or people illegally pump their rich water into the traps on the way as well. If roads get inundated, into manholes get submerged and water can through that way as well. And then you can have, I suppose, intentional public intervention where their backyard is flooded and they see a sewer manhole and they pop the lid and drain it down there. Uncommon, but it's not as uncommon as you think.
And that groundwater and infiltration and the other methods there, they're all local events, are they?
Correct. Yeah, so it's something we typically see in Lincoln with a higher groundwater table. Whereas places like Rolleston, West Mountain, Darfield to be, we don't have those sort of issues.
The West Mountain one, in fact, it overestimated the risk of that infiltration.
Correct. Yeah. So engineering code pays a certain amount of infiltration. We just don't see that in those issues.
How trade waste loading on that page.
So also I've experienced that in Rolleston, so it's from the industrial park in Rolleston, high trade load which came through to a wastewater treatment plant. So to allow to show that first flows fish off. I hope not to get it close to Lincoln to find fish off the treatment plant.
All right, the transfer of consents, and I think we may have discussed this previously, but in terms of the transfer of consents, has the council done that to date? Is that?
Yeah, so I thought you might ask that question, so here's a similar question earlier on in the hearing. So West Mountain is an example of that. So the Crescent Downs subdivision was developed by the developer. That Wolford was the same initially as well. So there's two examples in West Mountain. The developer obtained the consents and then transferred those to council. So there was no issue with it. In my evidence, I just say there was a slight question mark over one instance that's the surface water take. So two are groundwater takes and one's a surface water. And so surface water might have a question over it, be it the surface water comes from a spring, which is from the groundwater. So I'm hoping we can work through over that. But even if we can't, I'm still satisfied that we can service over water for this.
Okay. Have you had experience where there have been, like, for example, one of these, at least one of these, I presume, but a few of them are taking use consents for irrigation purposes? Have you had experience of those being transferred?
Yeah, the one in Woolfield was for farm use and a portion of it was for irrigation.
That's West Melbourne.
Correct. Moorfield.
Do you know if it's in the same groundwater zone?
I don't know.
Well, in that one, there was no reduction in, you didn't have to surrender any of the.
There's no reduction.
And if they were transferred, would you look at new bores, or would you just?
We were talking about streets. We have taken over farming balls in the past. It's been problematic. Yeah, so we'd rather do our own.
And that can be used untreated as well if you drilled your own stone.
Correct. Just at the moment, Lincoln is untreated groundwater, although one of our sites now just needs to be added to it. And we will be treating all of our sites in Lincoln. But there's a large portion that's untreated.
Right, so still on the water supply. So it's the same in Lincoln as it is in Rolleston. Basically, it's a priority water allocation to what's within the Rolleston in terms of the structure plan boundaries. That's essentially the same as in Lincoln.
Correct, yeah. So the land, I've defined as land that's already zoned.
Okay, we'll talk about provision of land within, sorry, this is paragraph 18 of your evidence. We don't need to go to it, I can just read it to you. The provision of land within the plan change area will have to be required for water treatment, storage and pumping to ensure adequate provision of water. Okay, so that's a matter that's addressed to be addressed at subdivisions to various and firefighting capacity is just a given that's supplied.
We often have submissions from things, so I'll just cut it off. You can cut it off.
One of the issues, and it applies not just to the water supply, but obviously it applies to the pines and those matters. And it was raised in the evidence. I don't know if you've seen it, Mr. Langland's evidence on behalf of the CRC, and expressing the concerns about the cumulative effects of these plan changes. Because when you look at the pines, it's my reading anyway is that it's getting pretty close to capacity in the next 3 to 4 years, with at least in Darfield in particular coming on board. Yeah, so if all of these plan changes were granted or approved, so roughly 10,000 dwellings at a PE equivalent of 2.4 to 2.6, to about 26,000 PEs basically. And they're not going to come on in a rush, but how does that there's just that question of uncertainty, I guess, as to in terms of timing in particular. And I know that the Pines 120 is referenced in the LTP, funded by development contributions. But do you see a risk that if all of these were to come on board, council could be in a difficult position in terms of waste treatment in particular?
The risk is not being able to build the plant fast enough in the short term. And then in the long term, there's a risk of consenting. This is pretty important for us. Even without this being changed, I'm probably looking at just over 120,000 PE. So it may well be Pines 130, 140 once we finally rest on where they should be. Mayor has aspirations for 300,000 people in the district, so we always have to try and make that growth. So if there were limitations in the construction industry or materials because of COVID, I suppose there's also an equal restriction in the development of subdivisions and houses, so I think it will balance out. And I'm not someone to talk too much about population, migration, and things like that. But just because you're current plan changes, it doesn't mean that all going to happen at once, and all the rates therefore potential all at once. So there's a bit of a, especially in the building industry, a bit of a lead time at the moment for materials and building. So I think we have time. So I'm satisfied with it.
So would you describe it as planned and funded?
Correct. And probably go further and say that the next stages are also designed and tendered and awarded, so we're underway. So the third clarifier, for example, is being constructed at the moment. Excavations are ongoing. Often crowed about that just in time, we're probably just behind slightly at the moment, but we'll be catching up quickly.
Right, so so you got the 60,000, so you've got the 60,000 coming up shortly, but there are steps underway that's already being addressed that to get above that capacity.
Correct. So the design project funded this financial year. Pass over from project managers, it hasn't commenced yet, but there is funding for that. And stuff. So.
Okay. And that work is to address what capacity?
That's 120,000.
Now I asked to go to
We won't be boarding Pines 120 all at once, so it'll be just like Pines 60,000. We're designing in modular form.
okay, and it'll be essentially, it'll be exactly the same process, but in terms of the ultimate discharge, you'll be looking at the irrigation as you do at the moment, potential expansion of area.
Yes, we have thereabouts 480 hectares of land. I imagine there's like this talk around the council table about purchasing further land to allow for that wide resilience.
So that's in terms that's the ultimate destination, obviously, in treatment plant. So that's the critical infrastructure of the Pines. But in terms of the conveyance of it, is that easier to address if there are just issues with capacity of the conveyance to the Pines?
Correct. feels like we only just built the Ellendale pump station in Rising Main. Yesterday, but we don't have to build another pipeline, another pump station if we can get away with it. So that's why the pond is so critical to buffer those flows. And there's only good wind flows and streams to buffer them. Selwyn Road pump station, which is what Ellendale Lane pumps to, that is also reaching its capacity flow rate. So we've got a master plan to build an additional pump station in Wollaston to bypass that. A large portion of Wollaston to bypass that pump station directly to ponds.
One of the other issues that was raised in the evidence was the resource management of enabling of housing the three properties.
Yeah.
Bill. And whether or not it's relevant, we don't know at the moment. But is that starting to be factored into your considerations?
Yeah, it did come as somewhat of a shock. I probably won't talk too much about my thoughts on that policy, but it will potentially add, well, it would add more demand. We don't know what the uptake would be, but it will add demand on all our townships. It seems to be a very hard thing to control. The issues we face there is, I mean, some of the biggest issues are actually the internal circulation. Everything's been sized for a certain density, and these houses can be built anywhere. And, I don't say too much more, but I don't think highly of it.
Okay. But it could potentially be an issue that someone has to face. Thank you very much.
Would you like me to say?
No, you won't. I mean, you're welcome to stay during time, but we'll require you to.
Just the
Oh, sorry. You've got the- Yeah.
Yes.
is online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, sorry. I didn't realise we were fine.
Yeah, yes. We're having Chris now?
Yep. I think that's probably logical to have Mr. Bean and Ag follow on.
Right, so next you want to answer both questions.
We'll do Mr. Bean.
So we'll do that. I'm sorry. We'll do this.
Oh, you're right.
Yes,
You're not on. See, still being to unmute.
Sorry, are you waiting for me?
Here we go.
Sorry, it was really difficult for me to hear sometimes. There's a bit of background noise.
Right, Mr. Bender, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
I can, indeed, yeah. Mr. Bender, you have prepared a memorandum as part of the officer's report, which I've read. That's the one from 15 October 2021.
Yes.
And I've now received your summary. Can you start reading that to me from paragraph 3?
Certainly. I've been engaged by Selwyn District Council to peer review the technical odor assessment undertaken by Ms. Nieuwenhausen and to provide my expert opinion as to the potential for adverse odor effects on PC 69 from the Lincoln wastewater treatment pond. The treatment pond is located immediately to the north of the proposed plan change area. I'm familiar with the plan change application by Ralston Industrial Developments Limited, the applicant, to rezone approximately 190 hectares of land on Springs Road, Lincoln, to enable approximately 2,000 residential sites and a small commercial zone. In preparing this statement, I have read and considered the following documents: the application documents, including the odor assessment provided as Appendix H to the application, the S42A report and its appendices, the evidence of Kathy Nieuwenhausen and Donovan Keckham relating to odor on behalf of the applicant, and additional information provided by Selwyn District Council on 21st November, which details volumes of untreated wastewater and stormwater that have been discharged to the wastewater overflow pond. It's my understanding that the wastewater treatment pond previously operated as a sewage treatment plant for Lincoln, and that Rule C4.9.32.
Just get the volume turned up a little bit at this end.
I believe it's at maximum.
I'll speak a little bit louder into the mic. Is that better?
Right, better, thank you.
Can we make it a bit bigger?
It is my understanding that the wastewater treatment pond previously operated as a sewage treatment plant for Lincoln, and that Rule C4.9.32 of the operative Selwyn District Plan requires a 150-meter setback from the boundary of the Lincoln sewage treatment plant to any dwelling to prevent reverse sensitivity effects on the plant from future developments. Since 2013, the Lincoln wastewater has been pumped to the Pines wastewater treatment plant for treatment. However, I've been advised that the Lincoln wastewater treatment pond has continued to be used to accommodate the need for storage of untreated wastewater during high rainfall events and during the failure of wastewater infrastructure. Selwyn District Council on 21st November provided information regarding the actual usage rates of the pond for wastewater overflow storage. The information indicates that the treatment pond is used to store untreated wastewater on a more frequent basis than had been assumed in the applicant's original assessments. The STC advised that there were 11 events where the pond was used to divert wastewater from the Pines wastewater treatment plant from March 2020 to October 2021. Ms. Nieuwenhausen's November 22nd evidence provided an assessment of the logged usage events of the liquid overflow pond recently provided by Selwyn District Council. Ms. Nieuwenhausen's assessment considered the potential for the pond to become anaerobic due to wastewater addition and storage in the pond, and concluded that the treatment pond should be able to remain in an aerobic state, and that adverse odor effects can generally be avoided beyond the site boundary. Ms. Nieuwenhausen noted, however, that there is potential for odor at the point of discharge before the wastewater becomes mixed in the pond, and that consequently a small buffer distance may be necessary to protect against adverse odor effects. I agree that provided the treatment pond is maintained in an aerobic state, the effects of odor generated from the site will have an acceptable level of effects off-site, and that this should be the case for most of the discharges of wastewater to the treatment pond. I also agree that there is potential for odor to be released from the deposit of fresh wastewater to the pond, and that a setback should be applied to avoid reverse sensitivity effects. I note that the applicant has agreed to a setback of 100 meters as measured from the inside bank of the treatment pond, which is a reduction from the 150 meter setback that was established for the pond when it was a fully functional wastewater treatment plant. Given the Selwyn District Council's current use of the pond, which is intermittent and represents a significant reduction in wastewater volumes, I agree that a reduction in the original setback distance is reasonable, and I consider that a 100-meter setback will be sufficient to avoid nuisance levels of odor on future land uses and thereby avoid reverse sensitivity effects on the pond.
Thank you. So what the information that you received and that you've incorporated into your summary, I'm just making sure it's the same information that I was provided with by Mr. England. Right, so what information have you received recently? Is it the record of pond being used.
That's correct.
And the WSP report from Charlotte Mills.
I have not, I don't believe I've received that, no.
The email around the report.
Oh, yes, yes,
Oh,
I did
sorry.
see that. Yes,
Yeah, okay. So you've received and considered both of those documents.
that's right,
You've received and considered both of those.
yes.
In terms of the difference in a 100-metre setback and a 150-metre setback in terms of, if you like, odour reduction over that area, is that, because it's, yeah, so you're losing a third of the distance, is that, what difference does that make?
Yes, well, I've discussed this with colleagues, and in general, our opinion is that even from a wastewater treatment pond operating as a facultative pond, such as this Lincoln Pond used to operate, you wouldn't necessarily, it would be unusual. Sorry, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yep. So you wouldn't smell anything beyond typically a 50-meter boundary, and the 150 meters is typically it's almost a rule of thumb for small oxidation ponds of this size, in a setting where it's not a built-up area basically. And that's presumably that's where the 150 meters originally came from. Now that the pond is not regularly treating wastewater, it's the need for the 150 meters is not as great. But generally, I think within 50 meters is where the bulk of your odor would be dispersed to levels. If there were odor, which there typically isn't to begin with, but if there were an odor event, you probably would not notice it beyond 50 meters. And I would say that beyond 100 meters, it wouldn't be imperceptible.
That's for normal operation.
That's correct, yes. Mhm.
And you've been involved with other wastewater plants in assessing the odour feedback.
Mostly the larger scale mechanical wastewater treatment plants. I haven't seen too many of the facultative ponds around. I have visited one in the Kapiti Coast here in Wellington, of a similar size to the Lincoln Pond. And at the time I was there, there was no, even at the edge of the pond, I didn't discern any odor.
Is the setting of the setback distance sensitive in that you need to take into account wind direction, number of potential receivers, and all of those sorts of issues? Typically,
For setback areas, there are guidelines that would take all of that into account by default. So not necessarily. They're meant to be easy to use. If you were doing a more detailed FIDAL assessment, you as an air quality protection practitioner, we would normally take that into account as well. So the FIDAL assessment is relevant in setting the setback distance.
or setback width?
Hmm, I would say setback distances typically would not be set on the basis of wind direction or receptors either. It would be, if we were doing a semi-quantitative assessment of the potential effects of an odor source, then we would take wind direction and the locations of the nearest receptors into account. I've not seen setback distances being provisionally set based on wind direction myself. They're typically applied equally around the source of the odor.
In your report, at paragraph 12, you noted the well, you addressed it there in paragraphs 11 and 12. You addressed the failure of the wastewater infrastructure, and so that was in 11 and 12. You addressed the maintaining the 150 metre setback distance provides that option to reinstate, etc. So, have you changed your mind, or was that just that was just a preliminary view and that you had in paragraph 11 and 12?
Yeah, it was a more of a preliminary view, and it also took into account the storage of wastewater in the SBRs, the sequential batch reactors, which are the tanks to the north of the pond. I was considering that wastewater might be stored in those tanks for an extended period of time. It's my understanding now that wastewater is not typically stored in those tanks. It's they preferentially are disposed directly to the pond itself. And then once in the pond, it'll become mixed with stormwater, and it'll be in an aerobic state and unlikely to become anaerobic.
All right, so it's your it's restating it a little bit from your evidence, but it's your view from your area of expertise that this 100 metre setback is sufficient to avoid the nuisance effects.
Yes, that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Bender.
Thank you.
Just that. That's why I'm starting. Just trying to get this slides to know which location you can be on the way up there.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Nicholson.
Good morning.
Yeah, as you know, I've received your Evans Island landscape report that you prepared on the 26th of October, and I've had a look through that and I have some questions. And there's been some developments, obviously, and you've now prepared this summary, and I'll ask you to start reading that, please, from probably from 1.2 rather, sorry.
Thank you. In my opinion, if additional residential or business capacity is required in Lincoln, a more strategic spatial planning process will allow the costs and benefits of alternative growth options to be assessed and discussed with the wider community. A first come, first served approach through private plan changes does not allow for meaningful public consultation for alternative options for growth to be assessed or compared in a comprehensive manner. With reference to figure 1 of Mr. Compton Moen's statement of evidence, I note there are alternative options for urban growth in Lincoln. In particular, I consider that a strategic spatial planning process would allow further discussions with Lincoln University and Landcare Research regarding their future plans and the potential for finding alternative locations for some of their agricultural activities to the north of Gerald Street. This land would be valuable from an urban growth perspective. There are also areas to the west and north of Barton Fields and the north of Flemington and Rosemerrin, which are potentially suitable as urban growth areas. I have attached a series of historical aerial photos of Lincoln showing its growth from a small settlement at the intersection of Gerald and Edward Street and Birches Road to substantial growth to the east and south over the last decade. It's the last page of my evidence. And it's interesting that the growth really has occurred in the last 10 to 15 years, and largely to the east and to the south currently, and somewhat to the northeast. The aerial photos are roughly 30-year intervals, except for the last one. In preparation for the hearing, I've met with Ms. Lowenstein and agreed on improvements to the internal layout of the ODP. However, differences of opinion remain with regard to the levels of external connectivity to the Lincoln Township and the accessibility of community services. In particular, I'm supportive of the 2 additional small commercial areas, 3 in total, that would provide for the day-to-day shopping needs of future residents, the establishment of a reduced speed limit and the provision of direct property access onto Springs Road to provide a safer and more urban street interface, with the support of Mr. Collins providing transport advice for the council. The replacement of the flood-prone area zoned Living Z with a wetland reserve that would enhance the ecological values and Mahanga Kai values associated with Wanganui. The inclusion of a continuous east-west primary road to the west of Springs Road, and a 3rd north-south primary road extending from Collins Road to the east of Springs Road. Accessibility refers to the ability of residents and visitors to reach public services and facilities that require travel to where the services and facilities are located. New Zealand Urban Design Protocol and the planning provisions addressing accessibility place a high priority on walking and cycling and public transport. These include Policy 1 and the NPS-UD, which seeks good accessibility that supports a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And Policy 4.2.10 of the District Plan, which seeks that new residential blocks should be convenient to public transport and community infrastructure, particularly for pedestrians and cyclists. Walkability is a subset of accessibility. It refers to the ability of residents or visitors to walk to their destinations, including public services, facilities, and public transport. In general, walkability is a function of distance. I've used 400, 800, and 1200 metre radii from the relevant town centres to provide an indication of walkability. More sophisticated analysis measure actual distances along streets or footpath networks. However, this is not possible for a plan change with street networks are not defined until subdivision plans are lodged at a later stage. In my opinion, PC 69 would have poor
interoperability of most existing public services and facilities in Lincoln. The provision of 2 additional commercial areas would provide walkable access to local shops for everyday use. However, most of the existing public facilities, including libraries, the recreation centre, schools, supermarket, and public transport, would be more than 1.2 kilometres from the northern boundary of PC 69 area, plus the internal walking distance within the plan change area. And there's provided a revised figure 1 showing those catchments. The New Zealand Household Travel Survey, which surveys the distance that New Zealanders travel, including the length of various travel legs that make up each journey, found that 12% of the total number of travel legs were pedestrian and that the average walk leg was 1 kilometre. I consider the majority of people will be unlikely to walk from the PC 69 area to access existing services in Lincoln regularly. The public services and facilities would be relatively easily accessible by bicycle using the connections along the northern boundary. However, vehicle access would not be simple or direct and would be restricted, subject to the discussions today, to Springs Road and Moyers Lane. I'm supportive of the provision of cycling and walking connections, but I note that the NZHTS found that only 1.3% of the total travel legs in the survey were cyclists. Even if the provisions of quality connections for cycling were highly successful and led to a 10-fold increase in this number to 15%, the majority of people living in the PC 69 area would still use private vehicles to access the Lincoln town centre. I note that due to the park-like character of the connections, pedestrian and cycle trips are likely to drop off after dark due to perceptions of personal safety and during wet weather. Connectivity is a separate urban design issue and relates to creating streets that are joined together in city-wide networks and the consequent directness and multiplicity of routes through the networks. Connectivity supports improved choices, allowing people to choose their preferred routes of travel, supports increased resilience by providing alternative routes for emergency access and evacuation, and creates safer places. Research indicates the lack of connection of new neighbourhoods with surrounding areas has led to vehicle dependence, social isolation, and consequent public health risks. Policies in the CRPS and the district plan seek high levels of connectivity both within developments and with adjoining areas. For clarity, I note that good accessibility does not necessarily correspond with good connectivity. In theory, all public services and facilities could be provided internally within a plan change area, or they could be provided along a single or a small number of roads, rather than through a connected network with multiple routes supporting alternative travel modes. There are a variety of technical measurements for connectivity using matrices and algorithms. However, these are not intuitive, and I've used a simple comparison between 2 relatively natural boundaries within Lincoln. I've compared the number and spacing of connections along the northern boundary of PC 69, where it meets Lincoln, the number and spacing of connections across the Liffey Stream, which bisects the existing Lincoln Township in a north-south direction. The stormwater and wastewater facilities, together with the associated reserve areas along the northern boundary of PC 69, create a comparable situation. Along the Liffey Stream, over a distance of approximately 2 kilometres, there are 3 primary road crossings, Northbelt, Gerald Street and Southfield Drive, 5 pedestrian bridges, and a continuous pedestrian walkway along the stream. There are a number of local roads and walkways that also connect to the stream corridor. This equates to connections spaced at approximately 250 metre intervals and provides a good level of connectivity across the stream. I've provided a revised diagram showing these connections. In comparison, the northern boundary of PC 69, there is 1 primary road connection, Springs Road, 1 future local road connection, Vertico Park, and possibly another one which we've discussed today, and 4 pedestrian cycle connections. Spaced equally along a 3.5 kilometre boundary, this equates to connections at 585 metre intervals. In my opinion, the proposed street network in the ODP for the PC 69 area would have poor connectivity with the existing Lincoln street network. I consider that an acceptable level of connectivity for PC 69 would provide 9 connections at approximately 400 metre intervals, including 4 primary street connections. The proposed plan change would result in a change from an open rural land to a residential subdivision, in my opinion, would have a moderate high impact on the landscape character reflecting the change from an open wall landscape with long views and small number of built elements, which is valued by neighbouring residents, to a suburban landscape with shorter views, enclosed spaces and a greater number of built elements. In particular, I consider the visual impact from viewpoints 3 and 4 on Collins Road, the DCM visual impact assessment, and from properties on Springs Road adjacent to the claim change area, and from properties along the southern boundary, the Tafariki and Vertigo Park subdivisions would be moderate to high. I note Mr. Compton-Bowen considers the visual impact of the claim change from these viewpoints to be people's sense of belonging or emotional attachment to a place is generally understood to be based on their shared experience of a specific territory over time. Changes of the scale proposed in PC 69 are not necessarily bad, but they are likely to threaten the perception that local people have of their town, both in the disruption of existing urban patterns and the introduction of new elements, including buildings, spaces, and social networks. Thank you.
In terms of your 5.3, just in your summary, I'll start with that. So the scale of proposal not necessarily bad, but likely to feel threatened by perception, etc. Disruption of urban patterns and introduction of new elements such as spaces and social networks. Is the number of people associated with the proposal, is that of itself something that can undermine the perception of local people about their town?
I think the sense of place is more than just the buildings and spaces, and obviously just the sheer scale, the number of new buildings and new spaces. But they may, they will threaten some people's, what they perceive of as their place. I think it also refers to social networks. People develop a set of social networks, and the inclusion of something at the scales, the number of people is likely to will change people's perception. I think it's interesting looking at the historical photos, that even 20 years ago, this was a little village, and the scale, there will be people still living here who have been through the scale of growth that we've seen already, and this will be another scale, another step beyond that again. They are, if you looked at them from a magic chair, they are different. They're different places, really, aren't they? I think Lincoln 20 years ago would have been a different place to what it is now, and if this goes ahead, it will be a different place again. And I don't think that's a negative thing necessarily. I just think that some of the people in Lincoln perceive that as negative, and I think we've heard from some of them, and it's a real thing. But I also, some people think it's positive as well.
You have been, we've been presenting, have been on Liner now, and some of the discussions with the submitters, I tried to get an understanding of what it was that they valued about Lincoln. I don't know what you did with those.
I've heard and read some.
And then one of the submitters, whose name escapes me at the moment, but she was talking about essentially when she goes into town, she familiarity of the people and knows everybody in the staff in the supermarket by name and all of those sorts of matters. So that's part of the social network aspect.
I don't look. I have some sympathy with it. I don't see a lot of strategic direction, which suggests that protecting the identity of Lincoln and the scale of it is important. And I know the NBS policy sticks. I think the NBS UD, paraphrasing here, that enables you to override some adverse effects in order to provide benefits to other people. But I think it's evident that the people of Lincoln, some people feel threatened by this, and it is understandable.
some of the sort of course, as you know, we've commented on, we've talked about this, the village atmosphere. You had some, I just, one of the sort of, you say, the one in sport facts, what is a village and it's defining it and those sorts of things. But it still seems to be that there is a view that it is still functioning, if you like, as a village, whatever that may mean. And I guess that's, again, all those sorts of issues such as familiar faces and what have you. What other sort of factors contribute to that village character, if you like?
I think that my, well, I think the scale is obviously one thing, and putting aside my reservations about the most appropriate process for directing urban growth. I think we're seeing what we might have regarded as the village 15 years ago becoming a university town, or it's become a university town. My most significant concern, I think, about the PC69 is that we end up with a town of two halves. You know, the town to the north and the town to the south, and they're not very well linked. Perhaps the railway line down the middle, it's a little bit like the analogy, and it's difficult for the people to the south to access the kind of the life and which is sort of focused around Gerald Street. And restricted really by vehicle, restricted to large.
So when you talk about about two towns, you talk about one county being PC.
I'm talking about the existing kind of urban fabric, and then PC69, and that really is reflected in my discussion about connectivity, accessibility. They're not well.
So what is that by that separation down to the main Gerald Street barrier that causes and there's some discussion that they were thinking about another history for them, but one of the sort of yesterday was saying like that doing with us with the small children trying to cross the river and end up at the prolonged back to the history crossing them by the old junction. Yeah, that was certainly identified as a barrier.
And I think we're getting into a very typical growth issue. With a small town which around focused on the main street becomes a bigger town. All of a sudden traffic's like, still going down the main street, Springs Road and Gerald Street, and it creates issues. I think there are potentially some larger issues to resolve. Gerald Street would present a barrier for disabled cyclists and children to cycle across to the facility that we're inside safely.
The interesting thing about Fanny Stowe was one of the students in particular from Whittigo Park, and it seemed to be common with others too, in terms of the cycleway networks, walkway networks that's developed through the various planships. And they were saying it's very, very useful, but they said the most used is recreational rather than to actually get to somewhere. So people would be biking through the bikeway and cycleways going through various suburbs, but on a recreational basis rather than to reach a destination. Is that I suppose it depends on the nature of what they end up connecting to, does it?
I am a strong advocate for cycling and walking connections, improve connections, and enabling greater usage. And I would note that this does provide PC69 provides a strong series of cycling and walking connections across the northern boundary. Although once you're over that boundary, I think you're kind of on the local streets, and there's a kind of a dedicated cycle network lanes through Lincoln itself. I think that the gains that we make in cycling, I don't think it's reasonable to expect everybody to cycle or walk to their destinations. And when you've got a young family, it's possible, and if you're with a cargo bike, but I think I don't think it's reasonable to expect everybody to do that. The gains, I think, generally made in percentages. If you can increase the number of trips, that are made by cycling or walking, that's good. But as I've kind of referenced, I think that's kind of down to 10 to 15% rather than 50. And that's where on the one hand, this potentially increases that percentage, PC69 potentially increases the percentage, but unfortunately it increases the vehicle dependence of the majority and the difficulty of getting to and from the Lincoln Town Centre and commuting at the same time.
Now you've been keeping up with the various changes to the OP.
I have.
And you haven't commented on that in your commentary, apart from the
So Ms. Lauenstein and I agreed to a number of them in the last couple of days, I think. The park and ride sounds sensible for me.
okay. Should we just go through this? Were they recorded here?
I've recorded some of them.
Some of them, yeah.
But yes,
Let's go.
some today.
Let's go through the areas of agreement.
Yeah.
Can you just go through them? Park and ride, you think?
The park and ride and the additional commercial areas seem beneficial to me. The addition on the replacement of the living Z with the wetland reserve and the TMA areas. And there's a continuous east-west primary road through to the west of Springs Road. And there's an additional north-south primary road to the east of Springs Road.
Each of those positives.
I note there is the potential road connection through the utility reserve. I think any additional connections are beneficial, although I have some reservations. There may be unintended consequences simply as a result of the amount of pressure on the road system, and then pushing traffic to use this sort of as a rat run onto a small residential street, take whichever route. Mr. Collins is probably a better place to comment on that.
Yeah, but from an the amenity impacts of that, I guess, are within your expertise.
Yes, the streets in Tamariki are designed as small residential streets. They're narrow. Certainly when there are parked cars there, it's difficult to pass another vehicle. I think the significant amount of traffic on those streets would be difficult, potentially unsafe and difficult for residents and commuters.
We had the same discussion with the representative from the Depot Park yesterday as well. There was a real concern expressed in relation to that. Again, because the way the roads were designed, and we would end up getting to anyway, but it was,
It's not entirely, the road as it's shown on the ODP goes through the industrial area, so I'm not entirely sure of the nature of the connection. If it was to connect with the existing residential streets in Vertigo Park, I would agree we would have the same issue. It's good that there is a positive, I think that there's a connection there, but it does just simply link back on the Springs Road through the Vertigo Park entrance, so it doesn't really resolve the connectivity issues really substantial. Should note that I don't think any of these issues are of the applicant's making.
no. But they potentially impact on the connectivity. Well, they have said that the change in the road frontage and treatment, that the very supportive of that. I should just take it to your figures in your summary, the sort of in your evidence treatment as well, take it through them. Right, so I mean the self-explanatory in terms of the distances, the walkability, etc. But just perhaps just talk through anything key from that. So Rosemary Shops, you've got the walk back, you've got the 400 metre radius.
Would you mind repeating which paragraph that was through?
No, sorry, looking at your figures.
Oh, figures.
Yeah, so just to take me through what you've provided in terms of your figures, and we've had some quick discussions about them, but what you see is critical, if you like, in relation to those. To what they illustrate.
When you look at the existing township, it's remarkably walkable. And if you see the darker orange walkable catchments overlap to a significant extent, and they're really in a kind of line along Gerald Street and Maple Street down to Rosemary. And I mean, I guess that reflects the way the township's grown. With if the Flemington shops go ahead, I mean that kind of covers the northern sector quite well. And the difficulty with PC69 is much the distance is not, the distance is not so bad, but the barrier in terms of the lack of connectivity across that northern boundary. I can't help feeling that the previous subdivisions were approved of the idea that that wasn't the southern boundary that they were approving. And, I don't think it's good practice to foreshadow or to foreclose on the options of future generations with decision makers. They have a set of problems we won't know about, but I think that's what's happened here.
Yes, that's my understanding from the sort of submissions that they were designed on that basis. And that they looked at that when they purchased that issue. Okay. So the walkability in terms of the proposed commercial areas in PC69 is good.
I think so, yes. I think Springs Road will potentially be difficult to cross for pedestrians, but I think that's been improved points, crossing points.
And your figure 2 is just showing a connection.
Figure 2, I simply just tried to show graphically the connections along the Liffey stream. The white are the sort of primary road connections. One in the centre, of course, is Gerald Street, down to James Street and Edward Street. And the green connections are the sort of walking pedestrian routes, bridges across the river. And as you can see, they're fairly regularly spaced. And then I've compared that with the northern boundary of PC 69, where really Springs Road takes the bulk of the load in terms of any sort of vehicle traffic. And while the connections are pedestrian connections are reasonable through Te Whariki, there are gaps in other parts of the boundary.
There's a walking connection into Matiko that's marked. That's useful.
I have not. I have been to Vertigo Park and around Bellavita Drive. I haven't really looked at that reserve to see what it's designed for and how it's used. I would anticipate that it's possible to put a walking track through there, but I don't know. So. Again, it doesn't. It takes. Doesn't take you far away from Springs Road, although potentially you get across the Wynns Ross Road.
And then just the growth that the growth area that the gap through the pool.
For me, these highlighted the kind of like how the growth has happened to the east and the south already, with the university and Landcare Research Land is really restricted growth in those directions. And I do wonder whether a discussion with them would be appropriate.
They illustrate that there certainly was quite a separation from the university to the town.
There wasn't there? Very much so. There were two quite separate things, and I think it's probably positive that they're a university town.
Yeah. All right. Let's just bring up this clarification from your original report. And anything that's changed in terms of your position, and obviously more than happy to, or would like to hear that. But I was just looking, you've gone through, I'm looking at page 5 there, and you have your heading strategic directions. So you've been through that, you've identified those methods. Yeah, I'm trying to understand how significant those policy, the planning documents are, and strategic documents are, in terms of forming your view. How much do they inform your view? You talk about drawing on the strategic direction.
Try and focus on the urban design issues that I think are relevant to the strategic direction. I think, as I've said already, identified some other landscape and character effects that I think don't see a lot of strategic direction that relates to them, but I've simply tried to acknowledge them. But in general, I'd like to focus more on the discussion on the matters that there appears to be a strategic direction relating to it.
And the ones you've identified there in your paragraphs 5.2 to 5.8, they're obviously the ones that you see as the key strategic directions, or containing the key strategic directions.
They are my summary of the most significant ones that I admit that my expertise is not in the planning.
But as you say, they do inform your
And for my
views. One of the ones identified there is the League Town Zone rule surrounded on 3 more boundaries. I wasn't sure whether that was relevant to this one. That's in your 5.8.
Yes. I don't think that's relevant in this case. This is of such a scale that although, in one sense, PC 69 is surrounded all 3 boundaries by rural land, it's of such a scale that I don't think it's really particularly relevant. That's contrasted with one or two of the other plan changes where I raised concerns about a smaller block there. You know, this is the side of the town, whole side of the town will be extended. So.
In the Lincoln structure plan, obviously it's of some age now. What is its relevance in informing your views or your opinion?
I accept that the Lincoln structure plan is largely being implemented, particularly in terms of urban growth, in the process of being implemented. I think that both the Lincoln and the Rolleston structure plans have provided positive and guidance for those towns growing and would advocate for for them to be reviewed in a strategic sense. I believe that that an exercise, to look at to review the Lincoln structure plan offers a chance for a kind of a meaningful public consultation where the public can talk can be asked questions and talk on a level which has meaning to them. I do believe that they're generally it's difficult for them with plan change hearings where really the experts dominate the discussion and the questions are largely of an expert nature. They do have an opportunity to be heard, which is good, but it's difficult for them to influence the outcomes without significant resources.
Just run through with me the benefits that you see with that sort of process, the spatial process you've got, engagement, and it's a question I spoke with the other I discussed with the other experts in this area about potentially being able to get feedback which informs the ultimate planning. So what advantages do you see with that type of process? Just run through them.
Well, I think, at the outset, the public engagement, and I think that it's important that that is phrased in a realistic way. I see at the moment, we see perhaps a tension between, central government clearly directing that more land is needed for residential development, and perhaps local communities saying, well, not here, thanks. But the public consultation, I think, needs to acknowledge that. It might go out and say to them, look, I know you may not want growth, but we've been directed by the central government to grow. How do we do that? And so, if we ask the right questions, I think we can enable the public to have a meaningful conversation about that. I think the other strong benefit that I see is the consideration of options. So, as I say, I think there are several options for growing Lincoln, and some of them may be feasible, including PC69, and some of them may be, better than others for various reasons, and it enables a comparison of those across a wide range of matters, including public opinion and the capacity of various facilities and infrastructure to cope with it. And so, in that sense, a good spatial planning process, I think, provides a positive way forward. But I acknowledge the plan change process is a legitimate means to say.
Do you, there's a lot of talk about plan changes being ad hoc. Do you believe that they are necessarily, that there's necessarily an ad hoc process or gives rise to an ad hoc outcome?
I think they are dependent on the landowners and the developers putting forward. So they're not the result of an evaluation of all the different options necessarily. Depends on the willingness of the landowner and the developer, which is in one sense a positive thing, because you know that something will happen, and the risk with a kind of a spatial design exercise, as you say, well, we want to grow over here, and people who own the land say, well, no thanks, not with us. So I think, and it's important to involve both the landowners and the community in this kind of spatial planning exercise, so that there's some knowledge about whether the outcomes are realistic or not.
So there can be more, as much as there can be, there can be more certainty of outcome perhaps, and
I think there's more certainty of outcome with the plan change than there is with the strategic spatial design exercise. Lincoln structure plan. Having said that, both the Lincoln structure plan and the Wollaston structure plan have been implemented remarkably successfully.
okay, I was just in terms of your 8.2, you talk about the 7 Cs. And I haven't gone back to the document, but is that encouraging? Is that to encourage incremental development, or is it saying if it is an incremental development, it contributes to a agreed and coherent overall result? I mean, does it see incremental development as the good way to develop?
I think yes. So as I understand it, it says that incremental development is good, and it talks. I think what I was hoping to emphasise there was the agreed and coherent overall result. In my opinion, we talked earlier about how what helps people to have a sense of identity, and it helps them if they're involved in the planning for the future growth of a town. It's one way in which they can maintain a sense of identity and control. The community is involved in that process.
so incremental is what you're talking about in your 8.2, but you're saying that large scale development is not necessarily bad. But it's not incremental, and it's the scale that affects the character. One of the things I've been thinking about in relation to that, obviously, is the it's a lot of houses to come on, a lot of people come in one go, but that's not the way it works, is it? Because it goes through over a number of years, so you get I can't remember what it is in this one, but I think it's 250 for a year, basically coming on stream. So from an effects perspective, if you like, for the people who are living here, is that in essence incremental by nature?
I think we discussed this in an earlier at the start of my discussion. I think I'm responding to the section my son submitted. This is going to change the ending, and acknowledging that it's a real feeling, and it is one of the things that happens when towns grow. It is not necessarily bad, and we are getting strategic guidance from our government. That's we can find additional land for housing. So, and I do acknowledge that actually that in reality this will be built in a series of stages, so it will be absorbed incrementally. And when you look at the changes that have happened in the last 10, 15 years, it's at the same scale as those, so it's no different than what's happening now. But it will make it even more of a larger town in a different place.
Your 8.5, the comment or the view in relation to policy B 4.3.59, the integration with the utilities, community facilities and areas of business development. You were here when I had that discussion with Mr. Riker, because that was one of the issues that in terms of the larger recreational areas, that was one of the issues that the residents had spoken about, concerns about the day before, about the lack of them, basically.
Since I wrote this, there have clearly been additional discussions about capacity of areas within infrastructure, which address some of my concerns, and Mr. Riker is very well placed to discuss that, so I accept his advice. I think there potentially is still an issue, outstanding issue about the commercial areas and the extent and the necessity for another potential for another supermarket, for example, where that should go, which I haven't seen addressed. I may have missed that. So, and I haven't seen any discussion of capacity of the library or anything like that. Reasonable. Medical facilities, I think we're saying that they're leading into the market to provide those. But I haven't seen the advice from the health board. And the education facilities have been, I think, resolved as potential. They've been acknowledged in the ODP.
Right, I think we already discussed this with Ms. Lowenstein, her evidence was, Stephen, her evidence was talking about essentially with the go through this process and arrive at the same process, at the same outcome. You don't agree with that. There are other options that can be explored.
In my opinion, sometimes the process is as important as the outcome. So, and that relates to the idea that people have some control over the things that are happening to their town. They feel more engaged, even if the same outcome, even with the same outcome, they feel as though they have some control. It's their town, they can see what's happening. So I would argue that a better process is leads to a better sense of engagement, identity, ownership by the local community.
Okay, so obviously your 10.3 written at the time that addressed the one direct street connection, but we've discussed that in your yes, that's been addressed. One of the matters I discussed with Mr. Compton-Mara, I think it was in particular, or it may not have been, but it was in relation to when you look at this name change. It was one of his figures. When you look at how it sort of fits in with Rolleston, with Lincoln. I think I described it as almost like a piece of a jigsaw. I don't know whether you heard that discussion. It seemed on that level, looking at it from the aerial, to sort of connect or to join in quite neatly, if you like. The thing. And I know we've got connectivity issues and everything else, but in terms of that, if we're looking at the township and its compactness and those sorts of things, it seems to.
Depends actually how you frame the picture. Interestingly, it's partly why I did refer you to the diagram in Mr. Compton-Mara's diagram 1. When you look at that, you suddenly think, oh, why don't we go to the north? Simply because of the way it's drawn and framed. Look, that's not to say this is not it looks, if you want to extend to the south, this is the logical way to do it. And as I say, I feel as though the previous planning decisions have kind of made this difficult, unfortunately. But I do think that if they actually, go back to that figure that David provided, and his evidence figure 1, and look at, it's got all the ODPs around the.
Yep.
And actually then look and think, oh, that north to the north looks really obvious. I think we go out there. And that's because of land ownership, obviously.
Yeah, that was just figure one on this. That's right. Figures at the end, isn't it? Right, so figure one here.
So it shows the various, the outline development plans from the construction. We may well be good reasons why we don't vote.
We may well be indeed. It was more the figure three copy that I was looking at when I was talking about that image looking down. As figure three, when you look at it, and it's the way it joins in like that, it sort of looks. So it's not an outlier, is it, by any stretch?
All depends on where you put those little circles, I have to say. You've seen one of the tricks of the designers, what's shown in the drawing, where the circles are located, does tend to focus your attention. But I'm not saying that this is, if it was appropriate to go to the south, this looks to me to be a well considered image. The problem really for me lies in the connection with the existing township.
Indeed. So in terms of the internal linkages and the internal green corridors in particular, you're happy with those?
I believe so. With the reservation, Springs Road would be busy. Yeah.
That's Spring Road and the disconnect with that. There was mention of a stock pass yesterday, which I wasn't aware of. It goes under Springs Road, the possibility of utilising that. I guess in terms of that was connecting with some of the one of the green networks or cycle routes might be useful.
There is a connection. There's an existing candle. I have reservations. It's a desperate last resort, I think, for providing connectivity. And not generally, people don't like them. They don't like going to them and using them. In my opinion, we use them in motorways where there is no other solution, but not something I would advocate for if we can avoid it.
All right, so just finally, is there anything additional that you would, looking at this location and where it is and what we've got, is there anything additional that you would do?
I think so. If it were to be, do you think there is benefit of looking at alternative connections, maybe outside the scope of the plan change? The extension of Collins Road, whether there is a possibility of connecting to Wheaton's Ross Road, not so much as a bypass, it's an alternative route. Maybe reduce some of the issues.
But in terms of it, internally, we become reasonably comfortable with what's been provided. All right, that was all I had. Sorry, it was a long discussion, but thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you.
Now, we were supposed to be finishing now, weren't we? But we're not. We're not going to. Collins and then you. I'm wondering whether, I don't propose we stop for lunch, but I'm wondering whether we go the 15-minute stretch, please, and then come back and follow it off. Is that?
I'm sure Mr. Boyce is very keen to keep going, aren't you, Mr. Boyce?
Oh, and you have to
He has a.
Oh, all right, no, it's fine.
Okay, I think we'll, yeah, we'll just take 15 minutes. And then come back.
Yeah.
Right, Mr. Collins and me.
I'm not really sure.
Right, shotgun. Okay. Now I've read through your report, obviously, and yeah, first summary. So I'll get to take you through that. And I don't need an introduction, and you agree with the comply with the code. So just you go start at 3.1.
I've reviewed the following evidence from the applicant. Philip for transport, and Smith for traffic modelling, and Jeremy Phillips for planning. Unless otherwise discussed below, I consider that the matters identified in my transportation hearing report being resolved through applicant evidence and or discussion held during the hearing. For paragraph 3.3, I'll just note that this was prepared yesterday and doesn't reflect the updated provisions. And as I go through, I'll just talk to those if that's okay with you, sir.
So that you can both the plan and the text.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so I've got that to head. Thank you.
So in terms of the matters that remain in contention, 3.3a is the AM peak hour vehicle trip generation rate. I now consider that this matter has been resolved. The updated provisions have adopted my recommendation in 3.3a II, where I've recommended a dwelling cap of 1710 dwellings. And Mr. Phillips has accommodated that in the land use section of the OTP.
Okay. Yeah, you may go on to discuss them somewhere, I'm not sure, but I just do on this recently. You got that, but you address that subsequently.
Yeah, the basic upshot of it is that is based on a trip rate of 0.82 vehicles per hour per dwelling. In my hearing report, I had recommended that the development be assessed at 0.9 vehicles per hour, which is consistent with what has been utilised in Rolleston. Mr. Fuller subsequently undertook some traffic surveys of Millstream Drive. He found in the afternoon peak hour that that trip rate was 0.82 vehicles per hour per dwelling, which is very similar to the rate I had recommended. He surveyed a much lower trip rate for the morning peak. That was a rate I was uncomfortable with. I've spoken to that in my summary statement.
All right, so just carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Road safety and efficiency effects for pedestrians and cyclists on Springs Road. Again, I consider that this matter is being addressed by the updated outline development plan. In table 1 of the revised ODP, second to last row.
So that's in the blue.
Correct, a pedestrian and cycle crossing on Springs Road located on the Lincoln University Road frontage.
So do you mind if I ask questions as you go through?
Absolutely.
It's amazing to not be able to advise. I was wondering, I did ask Mr. Phillips, I think, when he was introducing these, whether they would need to go through a separate public process. In terms of the pedestrian and cycleway crossings on Springs Road.
Yes, it would. When you look at establishing, for instance, a formal pedestrian crossing, it has to meet certain warrants and guidelines required by Whakatahi, and generally have to work through those processes to justify if that type of crossing is appropriate Otherwise, you can revert to more sort of standard crossing points that are engineered with, for instance, curve extensions or centre median islands and things like that.
Does it need to go through a public process?
No, not really. We would probably indicate something like that if it was a formal pedestrian crossing, maybe, but for just a crossing point, likely no. If it was part of our capital works program, then it would fall into that category of being sort of notified through that with the long-term plan.
Okay. Okay. Right, does that take us then to the effects on Privilton arterial?
Correct. Regarding the Privilton arterials, in summary, Mr. Fuller and I agree that there will be capacity issues for the Shands Road and Springs Road corridors through Privilton should all of the current plan changes before Southern District Council proceed. I consider that the effects of Plan Change 69 on the Shands Road, Springs Road corridor are significant. I consider that it is more appropriate for council to coordinate any upgrade of these corridors as capacity issues are as a result of the multiple plan changes. However, I question whether council can reasonably be expected to fund and deliver these capacity upgrades. Early delivery of the Moyes Lane connection may help delay some effects on the Shands Road, Springs Road corridor. However, without further assessment, I am unable to comment on the degree to which this may act as a pressure release valve on Privilton arterials, nor the effect on the Ellesmere Road State Highway 75 corridor.
Why is the funding issue relevant to you? The timing matter?
It's the issue for me is should Plan Change 69 be approved, I don't know to the extent the council would be able to respond in a timely manner to increase or address capacity issues through Privilton. In a purely simple sense, one solution to it might be to turn Shands Road from a 2-lane corridor to a 4-lane corridor. That obviously increases capacity. However, it's not necessarily a simple process. It can require land acquisition. It obviously would affect council's long-term plan in terms of prioritisation of funding. So those are my key concerns, is that those effects may go unaddressed. I do think the council is in the best position to address those effects because there are multiple beneficiaries from it. I discussed the extent to which various plan changes benefit or contribute to those capacity issues further in my summary statement.
All right, D.
This matter, in my view, has been resolved with the updated ODP plan. Mr. Phillips has indicated the suggested change from the northern intersection being identified as signals to being either signals or a roundabout.
Sorry, Sue, that was actually just, normally I'd mention your attention to that, there wasn't one of the changes made on the ODP plan, just like the traffic light or upgrade, and that may not have come through the contribution, so it's quite enough.
Sorry. Right, so that's marked on this as the indicative traffic light upgrade.
Yes, and that key would, or the legend would then read that with traffic light will roundabout.
Okay, all right.
And then the text has been made, the text change has been made in the table.
Right, thank you. Let me know if I'm disrupting your thinking. What's the basis of that agreement, or what's your reason for that?
My view on it is that either intersection form is acceptable or can perform acceptably. Mr. Fuller and Mr. Smith, in their evidence, stated that they felt that traffic signals would give a better outcome in terms of pedestrian and cyclist crossing. My view is a roundabout can be designed in a way that does provide a good opportunity for pedestrians and cyclists to cross, and that often incorporates aspects such as a raised table on the approach, which helps slow traffic, central sort of refuges to provide so that pedestrians or cyclists are only crossing one lane of traffic at a time, aspects like that. And one of the matters that Mr. Maisie raised was the operational cost of the signals being significantly higher than a roundabout.
That work would need to be undertaken irrespective of paint is the basic thing.
Sorry, sir.
No, sorry. No, ignore that. I'm talking about further up. Okay. So potentially we've got two roundabouts in a distance. What's the distance between those two roads roughly? That's just roughly.
Just on a very quick measurement, maybe around about 400 meters.
That's right, that's roughly.
Sounds about right.
Roundabouts have the same effect with signals, and whether it is a whether there's a pedestrian crossing or a pedestrian light on the signals or otherwise. That with traffic signals, it can sort of interrupt traffic and then provide because it interrupts it provides an opportunity for pedestrians to get across. Do roundabouts have the same?
I would, and I'm just talking hypotheticals here, but a roundabout can include a zebra crossing to give that pedestrian priority. I think if the roundabout is designed in a fashion that slows vehicles down, and that might be through a raised table, as I mentioned, that you do tend to get courtesy crossing where motorists will give way to a pedestrian, particularly during peak hours when there's a lot of queuing. I guess the other benefit of a roundabout versus a signalised intersection is a roundabout acts as a traffic calming device. It inherently by its nature slows down vehicle movements, whereas with traffic signals you can get, particularly outside of peak periods, people will tend to either stay at the speed limit as they approach the intersection or potentially speed up to try and run the red. So it is one of the benefits of a roundabout in a suburban context.
It's one of the one of the issues that was raised by this, but I think is that representing the eco community, that they, the difficulties that they have getting across Springs Road.
The traffic modelling has indicated that that was one of the intersections that was marginal in my view, and why I had concerns about the lower trip rate that had been used by Mr. Bullock. From memory, it was operating around about level of service E, which is indicating that it's approaching capacity. The key movement out of Veriko is in the morning will be a left turn, and those are relatively easy to undertake and sort of judge a gap within the oncoming traffic. The right turns out are obviously more difficult because the driver has two directions of traffic flow to deal with. And likewise in the P and peak, the right turn into Vertigo as commuters return. I don't expect will be overly difficult because there's not a strong northbound flow on Springs Road during P and peak. So I certainly appreciate the submitter's view on it, and I think it is a valid view based on the traffic modelling for the reduced line cap that's been put forward. I consider that intersection operates in a congested manner, but it's not anything beyond what would be expected in another urban areas during the peak hour period.
And the right turn lane, or they want that was raised as a request as well by the submitters.
A right turn bay into.
Right turn bay into.
Yeah. Again, just referring to the traffic modelling, that operated acceptably without it.
And one of the key issues that this was raised yesterday was in terms of the pedestrians getting across from Veriko across Springs Road.
Absolutely, and I would agree with that. And that was one of the recommendations in my report for that crossing further up Springs Road. The new intersections of formed by Planching 69 onto Springs Road. I think we can have a high degree of confidence that those will provide for good pedestrian crossing opportunities. I think the further north you go along Springs Road, the more that will become an issue, because obviously you have the compounding effect of traffic from Planching 69 plus Te Whiriki plus Veriko.
Now you're at the
transport links between Planching 69 and surrounding urban areas. I consider that due to the existing urban form of adjacent land, Planching 69 will have less than optimal connectivity to Lincoln for all transport users. In my view, while this is not, in my view, this will result in lower resilience and lower active and public transport usage. While not a critical flaw in of itself, this should be considered in conjunction with other concerns that I've highlighted. In the following sentence, I consider has been addressed. So, should council determine that the utility reserve can be used to form a connection to Te Whiriki, I consider that Planching 69 should be responsible for all costs associated with planning approvals and construction. I feel that that final sentence has been addressed with the last row in table 1 of the updated ODP narrative. Again, I consider that this matter has been addressed. The timing and responsibility for infrastructure upgrades. I was concerned about pressure that might be put on council to reprioritise the Springs Road, Ellesmere Junction Road, Gerald Street traffic signals based on the previous version of the ODP narrative. However, the updated narrative identifies that intersection as being a private developer agreement. Council's timeline for this, Mr. Maisie, is 2033. Yeah. My concern was if Plan Change 69 was approved, that's a very long lead time, but I'm comfortable that the ODP now reflects that the developer agreement may be able to bring that forward.
See, 3.4.
Actually, sorry, sir, I'll just make a minor correction there. I did have some recommended changes to table 1, which I'll discuss further on my report. But that suits you.
Yep, that's fine.
3.4, in terms of the traffic effects of Plan Change 69 on the greater transport network, as a plan change outside the identified growth area, I recommend that this be considered in a planning context. If I can elaborate on that a little bit, at risk of sounding like I'm kicking the can down the road, as I explained in my hearing report, the cumulative traffic effects of Plan Change 69 on the greater network are, once you get beyond the likes of the prevalent arterials where I've identified a concern with, once you get into that greater Christchurch network, as those trips distribute across the network, that the effect of them becomes smaller and smaller to the extent that they have negligible effect. My concern, or as the issue I'm raising there, is that it's the cumulative effects of growth in a dispersive land use pattern that can have those cumulative effects on the transport network versus a more intensive land use pattern. And those can't be addressed, or in my view, those can't be addressed well at a plan change level. They need to be addressed at a district-wide level or even a region-wide level. If I can, I point you to Mr. Langman's evidence on behalf of Christchurch City Council and Canterbury Regional Council. In paragraph 121, I think he captures the issue quite well. I can read that in paragraph out to you now if you'd like to. Strategic transport assessments undertaken for our space and the future PT business case have already been undertaken. The housing interactions analysis that informed our space concluded, in quotes, a sensitivity test for 2048 was also modelled to test the extent to which the location of growth has an impact on the transport network. The same projected population growth total for Greater Christchurch was used, but a higher proportion of the growth was distributed to Christchurch City rather than to Selwyn and Waimakariri districts. The results of the sensitivity test demonstrated that the location of land use growth can significantly impact the distribution of trips and the resulting levels of congestion with marginally better average speeds and travel times with a greater proportion of growth distributed to Christchurch City. So my reading of that is saying that there are significant transport benefits to a more intensive land use pattern centered around a mix of land use activities. And while I haven't read through the analysis of that report, my reading of Mr. Langman's evidence, while it says there's marginally better average speeds and travel times, my interpretation of that is that they are looking at a corridor level. So while it says a marginal increase in time and speeds, there's actually further benefits from that in terms of reduced trip lengths.
Right, so that's what you're talking about in 3.4 is recommended consideration of planning conflict.
That's correct.
Right, 4.1.
So this again is I prepared this prior to the updated ODP. And in the summary statement, Mr. Fuller discussed the survey results from North Stream Drive, where he concludes that 0.6 vehicles per hour per dwelling is an appropriate rate to use for plan change 69 during the morning peak, and 0.82 vehicles per hour per dwelling is an appropriate rate to use for the afternoon peak. Mr. Smith and Mr. Fuller provide updated traffic modelling results in their summary statements reflecting this revised trip rate. I am satisfied that the modelling for the afternoon peak, I am satisfied with the modelling for the afternoon peak, as this utilises a rate similar to my recommendation and demonstrates that the Lincoln Transport Network will operate acceptably. However, I have concerns about the modelling for the morning peak. I consider that the survey does not provide robust evidence of what trip rates should be used for plan change 69. And this is due to the small survey size, with the survey only being conducted over 3 days, the unknown effects of COVID-19 level 2 on current travel patterns, and also the likelihood that plan change 69 will have a higher commuting profile into and out of Lincoln compared with existing residential areas, due to residential growth outstripping local employment growth. That should say as a result of plan change 69. I consider that vehicle trip generation tends to be more concentrated in the morning peak, and this is due to the overlapping of commuting and school traffic, and that often these trips are chained, i.e. Some parents or caregivers need to travel at specific times to drop off children at school prior to commuting to work. The modelling included in Mr. Fuller's evidence in chief indicates that some intersections are reaching capacity based on a vehicle trip rate of 0.7 vehicles per hour per dwelling. In my view, a trip rate between 0.85 vehicles per hour per dwelling, which is referenced in the RTA Guide to Traffic Engineering Developments, a common reference site for suburban land developments in New Zealand, and 0.9 vehicles per hour per dwelling, which is the rate used in the Rolleston plan changes, is more appropriate. I have discussed this directly with Mr. Fuller during the hearing, and I have indicated that I would be comfortable with him adopting a 0.82 vehicles per hour per dwelling trip rate for the morning peak. I consider that either updated traffic modelling should be provided for the morning peak hour using a 0.82 vehicles per hour per dwelling trip rate, or the dwelling cap should be placed on plan change 62 based on plan change 62 generating no more than 1,400 vehicles per hour, as assessed in Mr. Fuller's evidence in chief. I calculate this cap to be around 1,710 dwellings. In my view, development within plan change 69 could exceed this level. However, it would need to be subject to an updated transportation assessment. And if I can clarify my final sentence there, my view is that we should not unreasonably constrain development in plan change 69 should it be evidenced later on that it is achieving a lower trip rate than that 0.82, and specifically the updated ODP now includes a park and ride. Should that turn out to be quite successful and a lower trip rate be achieved, then I think from a transportation perspective, if it was if that 1,702 dwellings, the plan change was generating less than that 1,400, it would be appropriate to allow further development.
So for the purposes of where we are at the moment, that issue has essentially been addressed then. Thank you. Right, safety and efficiency for pedestrians.
The theoretical mid-block has a traffic capacity of roads is provided in table 4.3 and table 4.4 of the RTA Guide to Traffic Generation Development. I've reproduced these tables in figure 1. The RTA Guide indicates that Springs Road, south of Gerald Street, can be expected to have a one-way capacity of between 600 to 900 vehicles per hour. As reported in section 5.4 of my transportation hearing report, the Lincoln Paramix model indicates that traffic flows on Springs Road, south of Gerald Street, are expected to be some 940 vehicles per hour in the northbound direction during the morning peak. This may exceed the capacity of this section of Springs Road. A key concern for me is that the high traffic flows will likely cause efficiency and safety effects for pedestrians and cyclists, as the ability to cross Springs Road, particularly near the university, will be severely hampered. In summary, I consider that there will be safety and efficiency effects on pedestrians and cyclists on Springs Road between Plan Change 69 and Gerald Street. To mitigate these effects, Plan Change 69 should provide pedestrian cycling crossing facilities on key design lines along Springs Road. The updated ODP Table 1 identifies the provision of a crossing point near the university.
Okay, that's on the plan or in the text?
Sorry, in the text, Table 1 on the last row, second to last row.
Oh, yeah. Private occupation of any households. Okay, thank you. All right. Privilege and itinerants.
To gauge the potential traffic demands through Bridgeton by 2031 to 2033, I have interpolated outputs from the 2033 Williston Paramix model and the 2031 Lincoln Paramix model. A summary of indicated traffic flows and the proportional contribution of each source is provided in Table 1. Importantly, this data does not include traffic from Land Chain 68, 72, or 79 in Prebbleton. Based on, based on figure 1 above, Shands Road has a capacity of around 1,400 vehicles per hour, and the Prebbleton urban section of Springs Road has a capacity of around 600 to 900 vehicles per hour. This results in a total north-south capacity through Prebbleton of around 2,000 to 2,300 vehicles per hour. Just talking through Table 1, the second row future demand without any plan changes, that was taken as a combination of the Lincoln and Williston models, as well as existing traffic. The third row demand generated by Rolliston plan changes, that is essentially the additional traffic travelling, exiting Rolliston Selwyn Road, and that's from the plane changes up to plane change 78. So it doesn't include the more recent plane changes that have been lodged. The fourth row demand generated by plane change 69, that was a combination of additional traffic exiting the Lincoln Paramix model, which I took from Shands Road, Springs Road, and Burgess Road. And the total demand, second to last road of 3,460 vehicles per hour. And the final road showing the current capacity of those roads, and that they're exceeded by between 150 to 170%, should all of the plan changes be approved. And going back to my overview at the start, the reason I feel that Plan Change 69 is a significant contributor to these congestion effects. In the third row, I just presented the proportion of future traffic from each source, and that demand from Plan Change 69 is 25% of the total vehicle loading, which in my view is significant.
Carry on.
Without any plan changes, future traffic demand is expected to be approximately equal to the available capacity, some 2,190 vehicles per hour. However, if Plan Change 69 traffic is added, the demand is likely to exceed capacity by some 700 to 1,000 vehicles per hour. This is further exacerbated when traffic from the Rolleston plan changes is added, resulting in capacity being exceeded by 1,100 to 1,400 vehicles per hour, which generates, which represents a 50 to 73% demand beyond what is currently available. Of note, Plan Change 69 generates around 25% of the total demand on the Shands Road and Springs Road through Cribbleton, and around 67% of the demand generated by the combination of the Lincoln and Rolleston plan changes. In paragraph 13 of his summary statement, Mr. Fuller considers that capacity issues through Cribbleton are a matter that council will need to address, irrespective of Plan Change 69. I agree with Mr. Fuller that road controlling authorities are generally better placed to address cumulative growth effects on the transport network, such as the Shands Road, Springs Road corridor. However, I disagree with Mr. Fuller that capacity improvements will be required from Cribbleton, irrespective of Plan Change 69. As evidenced above, the corridors are anticipated to cater for future growth, potentially including a degree of additional demand from the Rolleston plan changes. However, Plan Change 69 has a significant effect on capacity exceedance. As Plan Change 69 is outside the future development area identified in the Canterbury RFPs, I question whether council can be reasonably expected to increase expenditure or reallocate committed funding in order to address unanticipated traffic growth through Cribbleton. In paragraph 14 of his evidence, Mr. Fuller notes that the availability of the Ellesmere Road and State Highway 15 as an alternative route between Lincoln and Christchurch. I agree that this can serve as an alternative route to Christchurch, and I consider that early delivery of the connection to Moyes Lane may delay the effect of Plan Change 69 on Springs Road and Shands Road. However, without further assessment, I'm unable to comment on the degree to which this might act as pressure release for the Cribbleton arterials, nor the effect on Ellesmere Road and State Road 75 corridor. Would you like me to go through the summary? So that was just repeat from
that's fine.
paragraph 3, section 3.
Right, and Sickle Springs Road.
Plan Change 63 Northern intersection with Springs Road. Mr. Fuller, Mr. Smith and I have expressed different views on the form of the northern intersection with Springs Road, either as a signalised intersection or as a roundabout. Based on paragraph 18 of Mr. Fuller's summary statement, I consider that this matter has been resolved, subject to the ODP identifying that form of the northern intersection, either as a signalised intersection or a roundabout, should be confirmed as part of future subdivision consent application in liaison with Council's Transportation Manager. And just expanding on that, the updated ODP plan has identified as I requested. What recommended. Section 8, transport links between Plan Change 69 and surrounding urban areas. In my hearing report, I expressed the opinion that Plan Change 69 will have poor connectivity to adjoining urban areas and lower active and public transport usage. I've summarised the transportation links to the adjoining areas identified in the ODP and in figure 2 below. I've provided comment on each. A green link to Whirika Park. I support this connection. However, I'm unsure whether the local purpose reserve in Whirika Park includes walking and cycling facilities as far as the boundary of Plan Change 69. So just to expand on that, I have done a site visit. The northern sections of that local purpose reserve do include what looks like a shared use park. So my query there was really whether that extends to the boundary of Plan Change 69 and therefore creates that connectivity. B, a future-proof road connection to the business 2B zone of Whirika Park. I support this connection and consider that it is likely to be formed when the business 2B zone is developed. C, a pedestrian cycle connection to Te Whariki via Springs Creek. I support this connection, however, I'm unsure whether the local purpose reserves in Te Whariki include walking and cycling facilities as far as the boundary of Plan Change 69. And again, just the same issue as A. I see the subdivision plans, but I wasn't sure whether that included those links to the boundary. D is a potential road connection to Te Whariki. However, this would rely on using a local utility reserve vested in council to form the connection. And E is the Springs Road and Moyers Lane connections, which are key road connections to the existing and future Lincoln urban area. This results in 2 certain road connections, 1 possible road connection, and 3 pedestrian cycling connections along the interface of Plan Change 69 with the existing and future Lincoln urban area. This interface is approximately 3.5 kilometres long from the eastern to western extent of Plan Change 69 following the Plan Change boundary. I consider that this represents a low level of connectivity for all transport users, and I know that this is consistent with the view of Mr. Nicholson acting for council. In response to Mr. Phillips' understanding that my assessment is concerned with the connectivity of vehicles, referencing paragraph 69 of Mr. Phillips' evidence in chief, I confirm that my opinion on this matter is based on all users of the transport system, not just drivers of private vehicles. Limited connectivity / larger block sizes negatively affect the resilience of the transport network, making it prone to disruption from congestion, breakdowns, roadworks, and placing higher travel demands on fewer transport corridors. It affects the walkability of the network as it results in longer walking distances, and it can affect the effectiveness of running public transport services due to fewer service routing options and reduced stop catchments. Should council determine that the utility reserve can be used to form a road connection to Te Whariki, I consider that Plan Change 69 should be responsible for all costs associated with planning approvals and construction. In summary, I consider that due to the existing urban form of adjacent land, Plan Change 69 will have less than optimal connectivity to link for all transport users. In my view, this will result in lower resilience and lower active and public transport usage. While not a critical flaw in of itself, this should be considered in conjunction with other concerns I highlighted. Should council determine that the utility reserve can be used to form a connection to Te Piriki, I consider that Plan Change 69 should be responsible for all costs associated with planning improvements and construction.
Just we move into paragraph 9. One of the issues that was raised, I don't think we've discussed this yet, but one of the issues that was raised in terms of the connection through Te Whariki was the potential for rent running.
Correct. And I haven't been on site. I have been on site for Plan Change 69. I haven't been on site to assess the suitability of Kai Tariti Drive. I've just been relied on aerial assessment. It is a narrow road. If a connection was made through to there, I would expect it would require parking restrictions due to the narrowness of the carriageway. It may need traffic calming, such as sort of speed bumps or pinch points and things like that. However, those could just as well be formed on the new road section through to Plan Change 69 to, I guess, discourage it as a rat run. But in terms of its value as a rat run, I don't think it would be overly attractive, because essentially it will still lead to the Springs Road, Gerald Street intersection, which is congested, or alternatively it leads to the Ellesmere Road intersection with Edward Street, the future roundabout. But I would argue that if residents of Plan Change 69 were going to head in that direction, they'd use the Moyers Lane connection. I don't think Mr. Fuller or Mr. Smith directly reported on the traffic modelling results through that for trips that might be attracted through there. But from what I could gather from it, it looked to be about 200 vehicles per hour during, I think, I'm not sure if that was the morning or afternoon peak, which in my view, in the scheme of things, is not an excessive amount of trips. And the key effect would be on Kaitariti Drive. Once traffic reached Southfield Drive, Southfield Drive is certainly designed to carry a higher volume of traffic.
Okay, so it would be more, not in your area of expertise, but it may be more of an amenity issue rather than traffic.
Yeah, definitely. I think, there's definitely that aspect of the extent to which somebody can be considered an effective party for an increase in traffic. And that's certainly outside my area of expertise.
Okay. All right, so now we're powering responsibility for infrastructure upgrades.
I support the inclusion of Table 1 required network upgrades per the 24 November 0900 version of the ODP, which has now been superseded. However, I'm concerned about the timing of the Springs Road, Ellesmere Junction Road, Gerald Street traffic signals. Table 1 requires that these will be in place before any development within Plan Change 69. But these works are programmed by Council for 2033/34. Should Plan Change 69 be approved, the rezoned land would not be able to be developed for over 10 years, or otherwise place pressure on Council to reprioritise funding and the long-term plan to respond to Plan Change 69. And just speaking to the updated ODP narrative, Table 1 now identifies anticipated funding mechanism for that upgrade is a private developer agreement, which in my view points to Plan Change 69 contributing to those works should they wish for them to be brought forward. I'm not sure whether Mr. Mason wishes to comment further on that, but from my point of view, I'm satisfied that that gives direction to to what's expected in terms of funding.
Okay, which table,
Table 1,
yeah.
and it's the first line item, Springs Road, Ellesmere Junction Road. And then in
Oh, yeah.
column 3.
Right, right. Okay.
So starting from paragraph 9.3, I recommended the following amendments to table 1 of the ODP, that the Ellesmere Road seal widening south of Edward Street, Ellesmere Road widening south of Edward Street, that being one of the line items in table 1. I consider that this should be identified as developer funded rather than private developer agreement. In my opinion, council has no obligation to undertake these works or act as a banker to ensure that other landowners contribute relative to any benefit they may gain from the upgrade. And to expand on that, that has been updated in table 1. That is that is the fourth item in table 1. Moyes Lane connection.
Okay.
Yeah, developed funded. So now picking up from 9.3b, the timing of the following upgrades should be revised so that that should read 2, not so. Revised to upon formation of the connection to Moyes Lane, to avoid a situation where the Moyes Lane connection is made prior to what was 1,586 dwellings, and now it's 1,354 dwellings, and that these upgrades are not delivered in a timely fashion. So that's Ellesmere Road seal widening south of Edward Street, Ellesmere Road widening north of Edward Street, and the Ellesmere Road, Edward Street, Lincoln Taitaka Road intersection. So those are items 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right, well, that's, been comprehensive, but and we've had a chat as we've gone through, which is helpful from my perspective. One of the, just very briefly, there was quite a focus on Gerald Street itself, concerns that that the residents had in relation to additional traffic on Gerald Street, and they are saying that discussion before, they're saying, it may have been with Mr. Nicholson, in fact, but they're talking about the delays there are getting across it. They're struggling to wait for a break in the traffic. It can take forever. One of them yesterday said they give up and they walk back a kilometre approximately back towards the shops to get across there and then back around. But there's nothing, and their concern was that nothing had been really considered or in terms of Gerald Street itself.
So I think that's a little bit the nature of how we tend to approach integrated transport assessments, and that in terms of traffic effects, we do tend to focus on the peak hour. Typically, that's the morning and evening commuter peaks, but it can also be Saturday, sort of midday, being a time when you have a lot of sports happening, you have commercial activity happening. During the morning and evening commuter peaks, I don't anticipate that there will be that much effect on Gerald Street, other than where people might be changing some trips. So if they're returning home from work in the evening, coming down Springs Road, and they might hop into Gerald Road to pick up some groceries or to pick up some local supplies before continuing on. There will be some increase in traffic movement, but I'm not anticipating them to be significant because it's not a key commuting route. Mr. Maisie might want to talk to some of council's plans for upgrading Gerald Street to, I guess, create more of a town centre environment to essentially detune it away from being a traffic dominated environment.
Right.
Yeah, so Dual Street forms sort of a dual role. It's a part of our arterial network that essentially connects between State Highway 1 at Burnham and through to State Highway 75 here at Taitat. It also provides for the local township in terms of main access to retail and commercial areas. So we have to balance how that section of road works. So we developed in 2016, or the council adopted in 2016, a Lincoln Town Centre Master Plan, which consisted basically of a program to upgrade Gerald Street from essentially one end to the other, from the existing town centre area by the creek there through to the university. And so that's a fairly comprehensive program, which is in, I think it's you add it all up, at least $20 million worth. And that's to, for instance, slow vehicle speeds down through the main retail area of the township, create a higher amenity cycle space, but also upgrade the rest of the road right through to the university. And one of the transformational outcomes, as we like to call it with this, is the provision of 2 cycle lanes, which would mean the removal of the parking along Gerald Street and the creation of these dedicated cycle lanes. As part of the upgrade, traffic signals would be constructed on Gerald Street West Belt and at Vernon Drive, and of course at Sprints Road that we've just talked about. So that's part of a comprehensive approach to both effectively control traffic, but also provide better pedestrian crossing areas for people as well. And particularly when you look at the work to slow down the area around the existing township and the retail area, that's very much around slowing vehicle speeds down and creating a safer place for people to walk and cycle and generally mingle in that area. So that's the proposal at the moment. We're certainly aware from the Lincoln community that they wish to have these works done sooner rather than later, but we're trying to juggle priorities through our long-term plan and affordability.
What's the name of the project again?
It's basically the Lincoln Town Centre upgrade.
Right. Yeah, well, that was one of the other issues that the submitters raised yesterday, was that when they raise issues about Gerald Street at the moment, that the response is, well, that'll be addressed under the upgrade. So yeah, there's a certain degree of frustration there, but yeah, because with the domain, the library, I think, isn't it? Those sorts of things on that side. It's on that side. They were just saying that it's very, very difficult to, particularly with young children, to get across, and they won't. So I was saying, well, we won't cycle with young children, and even reluctance in general terms of cycling. Yeah. Okay. The other issue that submitters raised too was in terms of the surrounding roads like Ellesmere Road and what have you, and then they talked about that, particularly given the nature of the relationship that the discussions over with Mr. Riker probably in terms of the relationship between Lincoln and Ralston, and you've got to go there for sport. You've got sunstrike issues, you've got all those sorts of issues. I don't know if they should be able to cycle those roads, but and they've had a concern that this proposed place is going to get worse and worse, those sorts of issues. Is there anything that you're looking at doing anything on those roads long?
Well, I think our first and probably best response to date has been that we've been working through progressive lowering of speed limits through this whole area of Greater Christchurch East and Selwyn. And so, for instance, our typical 100k rural roads connecting between East and Wollaston through Christchurch, etc., have progressively been dropping from 100 to 80. We've also been we have been programmed, intersection upgrades and things like that. And certainly you can see through the development of the Wollaston Road network how we're, as those new subdivisions are marching towards Lincoln, our Springs to Wollaston Road, we're trying to dial in those improvements at that time to cater for the increased traffic use, particularly. Also, our main focus, and no doubt we've talked about this before, regards to some of the Rolleston plan changes, but concentrating, for instance, on getting those intersections on the perimeter of Rolleston to the south upgraded, like for instance Rolleston, and particularly Whedon's and Selwyn Road as well. So we're very conscious that we need to make that interface work and to be able to cater for this cross traffic. But really, if you look at it from the other perspective, in terms of from a Christchurch perspective, you know, our main core approach is that we have three key arterials, local arterials being the Shands, Springs and Ellesmere Road corridor. We have certainly in the past focused on our upgrade efforts on the Shands and Rural and Springs Road corridors, and particularly the program that we have in place at the moment around Fremantle, where we're getting close to the southern motorway and its interchange, upgrading some key intersections on that Springs Road and Shands Road corridor. And as Mr. Collins referred to previously, we hope that that will set us up for in the future where we may need to upgrade those roads, particularly Shands Road, where we've got the opportunity further at that time. Springs Road through the township is very constrained, and we're aware of that. And a lot of the work to date has been around trying to shift traffic away from legal travel through Springs Road to Shands Road, where it connects onto the motorway.
Okay. All right, and that's very helpful. Both for attending. Right. Go. Last one. Yay.
No, she's
Yeah,
not,
I'll have
she'll be right back, and I think she's pre-ready, so.
All right, Mr. Boyce.
Thank you. Yeah, well, my full name is Mick Boyce. I'll probably skip over the first section in the summary, paragraph 5 there, just list what I'm going to talk about. And obviously, anything else that you want to discuss along the way, feel free to chip in. So if I start at paragraph 6, probably the key planning issue with the assessment of Plan Change 69 is the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020 and the interaction with the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. Paragraph 6 I just set out by reference to where I discussed this in my original report. Paragraph 7, since preparing that report, I reviewed and heard the evidence of Mr. Langman. None of this evidence was supporting CCC legal submissions has caused me to change my opinions in this regard. I attach a copy of legal advice received by the South District Council from Mr. Paul Rogers, Adelaide Head, on this matter in relation to the proposed district plan process. But in my view, it is still relevant to this plan change process to make specific reference to NPSUD Policy 8 and the relationship with the CRPS. That report is public because it was attached as an appendix to one of the Section 42A reports for the proposed district plan. You may have received it in relation. Yeah, but I just wanted to make sure it was on the record for this plan change as well. Yeah, I've got a hard copy here, but the electronic copy is attached and will go up online.
That's fine. I've got my copy.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it was recorded by the record here. Paragraph 8, I summarise Mr. Langman's position to be that additional land beyond the identified FDA future development areas is not required to meet council's obligations under the NPS. With PC1 to the CRPS having been the responsive planning mechanism undertaken by the Greater Christchurch Partner Councils to give effect to the NPSUD. I have two concerns as to whether PC1 can be elevated to such status. PC1 was effectively limited to include only the FDAs already identified through the house-based process. Submissions on PC1 seeking to have additional land included were considered to not be on the plan change and therefore determined to be out of scope. And as a result, no merits-based assessment of any other land beyond that already identified FDAs occurred through that PC1 process. Any reconsideration of Chapter 6, Map A, effectively being deferred until the next review of the RPS, scheduled to commence in 2024. Now, I question whether this is an adequate response to the matters included by central government in the NPSUD. Furthermore, Mr Langman's position assumes that the house-based PC1 HCA, that's the Housing Capacity Assessment Report that you'll be familiar with those processes have identified sufficient development capacity as described in the NPSUD. The applicant has provided various evidence as to the shortage of residential land available in the Lincoln market. I'm also aware of similar events as pertaining to other townships within the Selwyn district, evident by the recent stark increase in land price beyond that experience in other parts of Greater Christchurch. In terms of the sorry.
Can I just perhaps ask you a question, and if you're going to address it later, let me know, but just a couple of matters from Mr. Langman's evidence, or a couple of his, well, one of the views was in relation to, what's required to be responsive, essentially, and the discussion about the council's being responsive by accepting the
yeah, I do come to that. Yeah. Well, it was almost more of a legal question, but I offer a planning perspective on it. Just over the page. So just paragraph 11, in terms of the currently available development capacity, in my view, there is a potential risk of undersupply arising from the areas identified in the RPS, and the effects resulting from such undersupply on the efficient functioning of a competitive housing market outweigh the risks associated with oversupply. And that's obviously the caveat on that is where such land can be adequately serviced and meets other statutory considerations. I'm certainly not putting forward the position where meeting policy aid is a free ride through the other provisions and including the other provisions in the RPS. It's only those more direct provisions, and I think as Mr Phillips and his evidence did quite a good summary of all the other elements of the RPS and the consistency or otherwise of PC9, PC69 with those. I agree with that assessment.
including the anticipated environmental.
Yeah. Actually, I'm referring to that probably more specifically.
Yeah.
And I guess, I haven't addressed it in my supplementary or my summary here is that I do disagree. Well, Mr. Langman sort of said, that's all well and good, but effectively it's hierarchical and the directive policy takes precedent. Well, I think that just takes you back to policy 8 again, so it doesn't go any further ahead, in my view. Paragraph 12, in my view, if there was sufficient development capacity provided for in Chapter 6 Map A of the RPS, the position being advanced by Mr Langman would have merit, as Policy 2 of the NPSUD would be met. Policy 2 obviously just setting out the obligations to have sufficient development capacity. However, in the event that it is determined that sufficient development capacity is not available, in my view is that the NPSUD, as a higher order document, sends a clear signal and ability for territorial authorities to rectify that issue without having to go through the traditional planning mechanisms. In other words, to provide that additional capacity by taking a responsive planning approach. The CCC submission is that this responsiveness only extends to accepting a privately initiated plan change for processing and goes no further in terms of the substantive ability to assess it on its merits. That doesn't accord with my plain and ordinary reading of the relevant planning provisions. The outcome sought by Mr Langman is to limit greenfield development in order to facilitate greater uptake of infill development within Christchurch City. In my view, this outcome runs counter to the NPSUD in that Objective 2 seeks planning decisions that improve housing affordability by supporting competitive land and development markets. Policy 1 seeks planning decisions that enable a variety of homes that meet needs in terms of type, price and location. So in my view, Mr. Langman assumes the property market for different locations and housing typologies are interchangeable with infill development in Christchurch, which based on the present market and increased demand for sections in Lincoln and the Selwyn district generally does not appear to be the case.
Put that through for a minute, but there was discussions about affordability, and of course there's no, and the MPS is about competitive markets, getting seems to be focused on that and addressing as a lot of government work goes. The focus is just on supply, but there's nothing in terms of this plan change that in itself would indicate that these are going to be, affordable. No, it's not aimed at the first home buyers market.
No, but that's the Lincoln market, and I guess you heard evidence on that it tends to be the second home buyer. In any case, in terms of dealing with the affordability, in the case of the way that's dealt with by the NPS is purely through supply, which contrasts with, I guess I can talk with some experience in terms of the housing affordability provisions, the HASHA Act. And I processed the two applications for the blocks of land that were identified in Selwyn District and Rolleston, the Geddes block in South Barrington. And they had a specific requirement in terms of the percentage of dwellings that had to be affordable. That created some challenges in terms of the mechanism of being able to provide that, but I think the council come up with a way to do that. But in reality, all that become was a section size which was smaller, with a house size that was proportionally smaller in order to meet a lower price point. So that in some ways it comes down to typology as well, just providing a variety of housing forms.
I've been through there, part of a sort of wider site visit. I did try and find my way, or guided around Rolleston, and those properties quite, they certainly identify when you get into that area.
Yeah. Because not all of them were necessarily in the medium density as well. So yeah, there's medium density in here, and the whole idea was that you weren't supposed to really know which ones were the affordable ones. Yeah.
Oh no, but it's just that there is certainly.
The medium density you can certainly identify. There are different typologies than the standalone single-story dwelling. It's commonplace in Rolleston for sure.
Yeah. Right. 16.
So in summary, I remain of the view that Policy 8 of the NPSUD provides an opportunity to allow consideration of out-of-sequence development proposals that would otherwise be precluded by the regional policy statement and other planning documents. And this reflects the clear central government intention to facilitate greater opportunities for urban growth and housing opportunities in response to the current housing supply and affordability issues. Notwithstanding, the NPSUD requires out-of-sequence development to A, add significantly to development capacity, and B, contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. These matters must be satisfied before the threshold is met for particular regard being given to the development relying on Policy 8. It must also be weighed against other applicable provisions, including the balance of the regional policy framework, to determine whether PC 69 is the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA. My original report set out various concerns regarding the ability of the proposal to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment, including tension with the matters listed within Objective 6.2.1 of the RPS, referring to seeking a land use and infrastructure framework that I've set out there in biodiversity, quality of groundwater, infrastructure matters, and including existing infrastructure. So as a result of the changes to the proposal, as reflected in the amended ODP and accompanying text now updated, most of these concerns have now been alleviated as recorded in the evidence of Mr. Phillips. Residual matters are restricted to urban design, versatile soils, transportation and ecology as recorded further below. Even then, I think some of those have been updated and satisfied since I wrote this, but I'll go through those when we get there. One matter that has been a subject of your question, so I just thought I'd address it, was strategic planning framework for urban growth. And Mr. Nicholson refers to a concern that PC 69 is being considered in the absence of a more strategic spatial planning exercise for Lincoln. And this also has some implications in terms of the matters raised by Mr. Langman, and that whether a full review of the RPS is a more appropriate process to consider future growth options. However, as noted above, I question whether this is sufficiently responsive in the context of the present housing supply issues and growth mechanism provided by central government in terms of policy aid and NPS. In summary, I agree with Mr. Phillips and Mr. Langman that a comprehensive strategic process looking at a wider spatial scale would be more typical and preferable, but the fact remains policy aid and NPS provides for out-of-sequence development proposals to be considered under the RMA first schedule process. This process includes public consultation through a submission and further submission process, the apparent weakness being the inability to consider better alternative options other than the plan change site. In the context of Lincoln, this most obviously relates to the future intentions of the Lincoln University and various Crown Research Institutes with regard to their land holdings, and that refer back to the figure 3 that we've looked at on numerous occasions through the course of the hearing. It was attached to Mr. Compton-Mullen's evidence. That's the apparent gap, which maybe a spatial planning exercise may elicit that they've changed their view with the house prices the way they are, land values the way they are. Sooner or later, those institutions may decide there's a better and more optimal use, but that remains that's beyond the scope of this process. I guess going slightly further, that land has its own limitations in terms of versatile soils and the like. I'd be careful I don't get into matters of soil quality, but that land doesn't have the wetness limitations that this land does. So you could argue that the soils there are probably even more productive than this site. Paragraph 22, furthermore, the matter of cumulative impacts of the various private plan changes received by council, not talking about the recent plan changes, is relevant. However, in my view, it is simply a case of assessing the merits of each proposal in the context of the statutory planning framework. Land suitability, so now just going through the matters that I referred to in terms of a well-functioning urban environment. There's only 2 matters that really require any further comment, and that was the water table flooding and versatile soils. So paragraph 25, I just refer to Mr. Morris that he's assessed the applicant's evidence and is satisfied that suitable engineering solutions exist to adequately construct this development. And obviously this will involve further assessment prior to the subdivision consent process, but I rely on his advice that feasible option solutions are available to appropriately develop this land. And I believe that's the test for this plan change, and that it can be met by plan change 69. Versatile soils. One of the matters of significant contention is the quantum of versatile soils on the subject site, which appears to range somewhere between 4.6 hectares and 80 hectares at a minimum. Notwithstanding, it is appropriate to describe the soils of the site as an important natural resource referred to in Part 2 of the RMA. Obviously, I'm not a soil expert, so my comments are limited to the planning matters relating to soil protection and use. As stated in my original report, at this stage, there's limited guidance as to how the outcomes sought in the proposed NPS for highly productive land are to be balanced with the operative NPSUD in terms of prioritising versatile soils over the pressing need for further urban development to meet housing objectives. But notwithstanding, it's clear that the proposed NPS for soils or highly productive land serves to provide greater weight and recognition to the protection of versatile soils when undertaking this balancing exercise. A matter not referred to by the soil experts that have presented evidence is the practical ability to utilise versatile soils for intensive agriculture and in particular horticultural use in such close proximity to existing residential development, i.e. the potential reverse sensitivity effects might arise from that. In my experience, the physical location of these soils relevant to the existing residential areas to the north is an impediment to realise their full productive capability. I appreciate this argument could be said to promote the further incremental and cumulative loss of versatile soils as townships grow, but in my view is a relevant matter to consider in the decision-making process when weighing up the irreversible loss of productive soils that will inevitably occur as a result of this plan change. The matter of versatile soils is also a matter for all future growth options at Lincoln, so a finding on this matter effectively determines the appropriateness of any future urban growth at Lincoln. In terms of infrastructure provision, Mr. England has described the servicing, the three water servicing requirements related to this development. Based on his advice, I consider that feasible options for infrastructure provision of this land are available. I note that some of these require further upgrades and consents to support that upgrade. In terms of the matters raised in the NPSUD in this regard, and in particular whether the proposal was infrastructure ready, I agree with the evidence of Mr. Phillips that a pragmatic response is required to the consideration of the servicing as out-of-sequence development proposals. I further agree that the key matter is ensuring that development can be integrated in future infrastructure planning and funding decisions. And based on Mr. England's advice, I consider that this is the case with Plan Change 69.
I had discussions with Mr. England, if you're aware about that issue this morning, particularly in terms of the times and and with the land based evidence as well. When you're looking at the cumulative, if we were looking at these matters cumulatively in particular, we're sort of pushing some boundaries there. Do you have a concern with that in terms of whether that approach is in accordance with the MPS and the CRPS with that?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the likelihood for the impediment, the future impediments, the likelihood of actually successfully obtaining any consents that are required for that. And I think Mr. England's quite confident and hasn't raised any particular issues or concerns that those consents wouldn't be able to be obtained. If it was a situation where that wasn't the case, or if the council had to acquire more land for ultimately disposal purposes and the like, but the land's available as it stands at the moment. The existing plant, as a packaged modular plant, they know the design requirements, they know it works. They've got existing consents. It's been expanded previously, and they've sought and received consents for those expansions. So there's no reason to believe that wouldn't occur moving forward. And if that wasn't the case, then I'd say, it could be seen as an issue and something that you'd want to see addressed before rezoning additional areas of land. But I'm not saying those consents are a fait accompli, but it's more than likely that they would be approved if we look at previous history.
To address that, certainly one of the approaches, potentially, is deferred zoning, but I guess that runs up to counter to
the NPS, and the sort of the intention of why you're considering out of sequence development in the first place. And then it comes down to, I guess, the fact that they don't all come on stream at the same time. The point made by Mr. England that it's sort of going from a just behind to a just in time to getting ahead of the game. And I think now the council can see the future and is actually looking to probably do bigger expansion plans than what, and consent and plan for those now so that they're ahead of the game moving forward. But again, luckily the council's in an enviable position where they've got the land, the plant's already there, they know it works and they can simply add on to it. Yeah, I'll read this out of all, I think, just because it's taken up a wee bit of attention. So, paragraph 35, the concern that was raised in my original report was informed by the need for the SDC to apply for new regional consents in relation to the, and I call it the Lincoln wastewater treatment plant, but it's actually not a treatment plant anymore, but perhaps I'll call it the Lincoln Pond, like Mr. England did, for sake of consistency. including an odour discharge consent. These consents will require amendment should PC 69 proceed in order to accommodate the additional buffer storage requirement. However, the change in receiving environment facilitated by this plan change has the potential to impact on how those consents are processed by ECAN, particularly in light of the proposed removal reduction in setback distance. But more recently, the applicant has amended their proposal from a full exemption from the applicable provision to a setback reduction from 150 to 100 metres with a no complaint covenant over all residential sites located between 100 to 150 metres from the plant, with these setbacks being measured from the inside bank of the pond as opposed to the boundary of the designated site. This change further reduces the impact of the current rule by a minimum of some 20 metres. And Mr England acknowledges that the use of the Lincoln Pond is different to that when the 150 metre setback was included in the district plan, and on that basis accepts that the reduced setback and other agreed matters as being an appropriate response to adequately protect the future ability of the council to operate the asset. In terms of a change in setback origin, i.e. The inside of the bank being the maximum operating height, that change is considered to better represent the source of potential odour effects that can be supported. I understand Mr Bender is satisfied that the proposed changes will result in acceptable levels of odour within the PC69 site to protect the Lincoln Pond. In summary, the changes proposed, in my view, are sufficient that the amended proposal adequately protects the Lincoln Pond, which forms part of the Pines treatment plant at Rolleston, which I consider a strategic asset under the regional policy statement. Therefore, in my view, the amended proposal now accords with the relevant objectives and policies included in both the RPS and operative district plan in this regard. So as you've heard from Mr England, obviously it's the key part of that plan is its resilience as part of the overall, it builds resilience into the overall system, so it is important and hence, but acknowledging that its use has changed can accept the reduced setback. One other matter that's come up is just what the status is if you don't meet that rule. It was quite clearly intended when it actually goes back to the consent memorandum that you received as attachment to Ms Borrie's evidence, PC 45. That's where it originally come from, which was part of the Rylands development, which actually processed for the council 20 years ago as well. So it comes from there. It was clearly a non-complying activity. That flowed through into the current operative plan when it was notified in 2000. But unfortunately, with the subsequent amendments to the proposed plan, the numbering that's referred to in the non-complying activity rule now refers to a different reference number. But if you go to the explanation of reasons for the rules, which I've got up here, it quite clearly says that any dwelling built within 150 metres of the Lincoln wastewater treatment plant is a non-complying activity. So if you read the reasons for the rules, it's quite clear that the intention is failing that the council's actually indicated they might use clause 20 of the first schedule to actually make that amendment, just so that it refers to the correct rule, which is fine. In any case, there's a bit of a backstop in the situation of PC 69 because it's now on the ODP. So if you don't, you'll be fully discretionary, as Mr Phillips describes in any case. Connectivity, Mr Nicholson has already described his concerns regarding the connectivity of the development with Lincoln Township and would recommend connections at approximately 400 metre intervals, including the 4 primary street connections. The ability to provide connections is limited by those that are available in the adjacent developments. In my view, the extent of reserve and indicative pedestrian cycle routes shown on the northern boundary adjacent to the Te Whāriki development in particular are an appropriate response to the limited opportunities otherwise available. And the matter, I know the matter of vehicular connectivity is discussed further below. So there I'm basically just saying a lot of this is just the fact that there's no other practical ability to provide connections. And I guess the only other one that Mr. Nicholson did make reference to, but is now on the updated ODP is the future one that could link up within Allendale Lane. As a result of yesterday, so there is one additional connection provided as well. I guess just on that, and the discussion earlier about whether or not Edeco Park and Taraki were the hardline southern boundary of Lincoln, and I think one of the submitters for the Edeco Park has sort of suggested that was planned. I haven't seen any comment in any strategic planning document that stated that.
That was within the Wollaston structure plan.
In the Lincoln structure plan, it considered the area right down to Collins Road,
Yeah.
identified growth constraint in terms of the wetness limitation on the southern side. But a structure plan is not, it's only over a certain, it's not forever and a day. So whilst it was the southern area of Lincoln that was identified in that particular structure plans are incremental and iterative over time. So I should see the lack of connection through as being just poor planning of those developments to the north.
Were they, so they were obviously in one of the ODPs, the
Yes.
area, whatever.
Yeah, whatever the area number, I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah, because you made the point in your, or raised in your main report that we can't buy on the edge of town and expect to stay the same.
Yeah.
And the residents were talking about, well, we looked at it very carefully. We basically did our due diligence, and that was what we thought it was, because that was the way it was designed. And we had, there's no through roads. There were bigger allotments on the boundary of Edeco in particular.
I guess taking it, if you look at the first planning documents for Rolleston, they never showed growth going to Selwyn Road. So things change over time. And
that's the planning for one planning process with those changes. They were in accordance with the Rolleston.
I'm sort of going back to original, thing, which my point is that over time things change. And even the structure plan or district plan's only got a 10-year lifespan. So it's not like you could even look at it zoning planning maps in a district plan and say, oh, that's the boundary of the town, it's not going to get any bigger. Things grow over time. Structure plans will be rewritten and there'll be a new boundary. So I don't think you can necessarily say that because I was on the edge of this particular structure plan document that that's the edge of town and there should be no growth beyond that.
It's clearly what was anticipated at the time.
At the time, yeah, and things evolve and change over time. Traffic network impacts. I'm not sure how much of that I really need to go into, given that Mr. Collins has gone through that in some detail already, and a lot of that has already been addressed, particularly in relation to my paragraph 43 to 48. So I'll just start paragraph 49.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I've been interested in, as you may, is sort of tying the transportation matters into the planning framework.
Yep.
Yeah, so 48, you were saying?
Probably
Or
49, I think, yeah, that's, those matters are addressed in those other paragraphs have effectively been agreed and addressed through the updates to the ODP. As paragraph 49, Mr. Fuller and Mr. Collins agree that there will be capacity issues for the existing Shands Road and Springs Road corridors through Prebbleton. Mr. Fuller's view is that this would occur irrespective of Plan Change 69 and can be solved by capacity upgrades. Mr. Collins questions whether the council can fund and deliver such upgrades. Whilst I agree that growth anywhere in Eastern Selwyn will contribute to the existing issues through Prebbleton, Springs Road and on Shands Road, I consider the scale of PC69 as such that it goes beyond that otherwise anticipated. For instance, growth further afield in Springston, Leaston or Southbridge is unlikely to approach the scale of development represented by PC69. In my view, the impact of PC69 on Shands Road and Springs Road is a matter of residual concern, but acknowledge that it is difficult for the proponent of PC69 to deal with such impact. However, I understand two options that remain in discussion. A, the earlier delivery of Ewers Lane to make Ellesmere Road a more attractive option, and secondly, provision of a park and ride facility and subsequently, both those issues have now been included in the updated ODP. So para 52, I see that such measures are required in order to reduce the effects of PC69 on the existing roading network, and these have been done. But I do note there's an option the provision of passenger transport services is entirely dependent on ECAN. Notwithstanding, I still support an indicative parking road location being shown on an updated ODP to future-proof the development and also better meet the statutory considerations regarding climate change response. So I think there's sort of quite a lot of benefit of including that as part of this development. The changes to the ODP sought by Mr. Collins in terms of timing of funding considered to be minor, and I know they've been worked through. Ecological impacts. Dr. Burrell has expressed residual concerns around construction impacts on springs due to shallow groundwater levels and the lack of groundwater monitoring data for the site. I consider that construction dewatering impacts on springs and maintenance of spring flows remain as concerns, in particular that pumping of the downstream watercourse to mitigate flow loss on the spring is not considered to be acceptable. And that's perhaps something that could be included in the ODP, which I'll just run through at the end. And that pumping groundwater in the spring head to restore surface flow generally results in poor success in terms of protecting ecological values. I do agree with Dr. Burrell that given the ecological significance of the springs within the site, there should be a high level of confidence that any future urban development can appropriately avoid, remedy or mitigate adverse effects. And Dr. Burrell raised the concern whether this level of confidence has currently been reached. Notwithstanding, this concern needs to be balanced against the advice provided by Mr. Morris in regard to the civil construction methodologies available to suitably mitigate such potential adverse effects. Otherwise, the amendments to include the proposed stormwater wetland reserve and 100-metre setback from the springs identified by AEL are considered to be positive changes in conjunction with the other matters referred to in the explanatory ODP text relating to the preparation of an ecological management plan. In my view, adequately address the ecological considerations of the site in the context of this plan change proposal. Yeah, while we're probably on that too, because you referred to the submission by Mr. Rennie yesterday, where and you suggested that the applicant would be required to do a lot of this sort of mitigation work in any case. I don't see that the national policy statement goes that far. It's not a case of having your cake and eat it too. If this land was going to be continued to be used for agricultural production, like its present use of dairy farming, there would never be a requirement to provide the ecological wetland restoration and the spring setbacks and the reserve areas that are being proposed as part of this development. So it's not like you would get all those benefits and still farm the balance of the land.
So there would be a protection element though.
Oh, for sure. It's quite clear that the way the statutory framework is going, there will be greater protection of natural values as part of agricultural land use. But I don't think those protections go as far as what's being proposed as part of this plan change, I guess is my key point. So I take the point that Mr. Rennie's making, but he was sort of suggesting that you can get the benefits of both. I don't think you can. So other matters, there were just two other matters that I just thought were deserving of some further clarification. Muir's Lane, so obviously the width that was raised as a concern in the original report just come from information from Canterbury Maps. Agree that's been resolved and that's fine. It's a standard road width. The submission of Mr. Singh, having read the original submission and to a lesser extent Mr. Thompson's evidence, I was still a little bit unsure of the relief that was actually being sought by the submitter. In my view, any suggestion that rezoning or any change to Rule 4.9.32 can also apply to the Allendale Lane land holdings the subject of the submission, in my view, is out of scope of this plan change process. The submitter's concerns appear to be more aimed at the precedent of any PC69 decision regarding amendment to Rule 4.9.32 to impact on their position regarding the rezoning sought through their submission on the proposed district plan. In that regard, I note that Mr. England has simply responded to the amended proposal put forward by the applicant for PC69 and the matter of precedent for any future planning process has not been of any particular concern. So in terms of the updated conclusions and recommendation, my original conclusion was that PC 69 is put forward not proceed on the basis that it did not represent a well-functioning urban environment as required under the PSUD. The subsequent changes to the proposed ODP and explanatory text since that time have all been positive and have addressed the majority of those concerns. I also note that some matters raised are not able to be avoided, such as the loss of versatile soils and resulting change in the character of Lincoln due to the scale of the proposed development. If you like, these are inevitable consequences of any growth per se. In terms of the proposal's obvious conflict with objective B 4.3.3 and policy 4.3 of the district plan and objective in chapter 6 of the RPS, I'm satisfied that this is overcome by policy 8 of the EPS UD. Therefore, subject to the above matters being included in the final ODP, which has now occurred, I recommend that PC 69 can be approved and is the appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the RMA.
All right, did you have some further discussion you want to have on?
Oh, yeah, but it's just, I think about, yeah. And they're really just little minor things. The medium density areas in terms of the land use section and the explanatory text, they were shown on the ODP, the earlier version, and not on this version. I don't know if it's, but it's something that you, yeah, it's just not there now. Typically, medium density areas are shown.
It's just a comment on that, the rationale.
Oh, yeah, good.
Yeah, the rationale was that the narrative sort of described where they'd be provided at the start in terms of adjacent commercial areas and green spaces and things like that. So that was intention to provide some flexibility at the time of subdivision and more sort of similar.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's made. It's more just in terms because when they're shown on the ODP, you also get an idea of location, but also scale in terms of how much medium density is required in order to meet the overall density target. Whereas now it's a site, it's not obvious, but it's all matters for subdivision consent process, and probably more so. But yeah, it's just an observation.
Well, do you think there's still a benefit in having that shown on the
There's a benefit, but it's not imperative.
Well, you've indicated that it's an illustration of scale, right?
Yeah, it's because at the moment the text only deals with location rather than scale, and I guess I don't have an immediate handle on how much medium density is required throughout the development in order to meet the sort of the 12 households per hectare density overall. So it'd be useful to potentially indicate that.
What's taken into account in that density calculation when you look at this? And I'm happy to have one comment on it, but there's like the stormwater management areas and those sorts of things. Where do they fit in?
The applicant might use to comment on what their proposal is. Depends what document you're basing it off in terms of definitions.
Stormwater is excluded in the RPS definition.
Yeah, it's more of a net area. And I think that's the RPS documentation that you based your density on. Yeah.
Really, if I may, I think it excludes stormwater, it excludes arterial roads, it excludes commercial area, it excludes schools.
Okay, I can get Ms. Appiah to address that. But thank you for that.
Just in terms of the two updates that were discussed this morning with Dr. Burrell, I agree that in the discussion on water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the first paragraph there, that should be shall, and that Springs Creek is specifically referred to in the next line down. And just in terms of the matters that coming under across the page there, when it specifically talks about construction measures to ensure that shallow groundwater not diverted, maybe there could be a note in there, and this is to address the concern of Dr. Burrell that there's no pumping of the downstream water course to mitigate flow loss in springs, which would seem to be the particular concern he had, that was an appropriate ecological outcome.
So can you just restate what the key?
Oh, well, it would just be somewhere in probably in A, just at the end there, where it talks about construction methodology, that there'd be no, maybe an additional point there, there'd be no pumping of the downstream water course to mitigate flow loss in springs. And then just in B2, as really discussed, I support the change Dr. Burrell put in terms of deletion of within the proposed reserve spaces in that clause. And then the only other thing that was discussed was just specifically whether or not that ecological management plan could include as part of that a riparian planting plan. I think we discussed that with one of the submitters. And that's pretty standard for a ecological management plan to address that anyway. So, apart from that, was just in the introduction, it's got the L2, which based on current convention should probably include the Te Reo Arari as well, rather than simply just saying L2, but yeah, that is minor tweaks to what's really going to come through.
Right, so just checking off, you're happy now that you've got sufficient, well, you're in your 82, you said in my view, where land sort rezone has physical characteristics that might be make development for residential purposes more difficult, greater information is required. And you said at the time of the writing you didn't have that information, you're happy you've got sufficient information now?
Yeah, a lot of that was, well, that particular comment was really aimed at the living X. Yeah, that area has now been removed, so that seemed to give us a lot more comfort in that regard. It's obvious, you know, even aside from that area, there will be challenges. It's quite clear. I think all the engineer evidence you've heard is that there will be certain challenges to be faced, but there are feasible engineering solutions and options to address those. There's no, if you like, deal breakers that mean that at the plan change stage, that this land can't proceed.
And in your opinion, that's the test basically.
Well, it's actually probably higher than that, really, because you've got to have confidence that those further work that's undertaken will confirm that there are feasible options available and that the land can be developed. Like once it's rezoned, you can't really undo it. But the engineering evidence you've heard, and Mr. Morris has reviewed all of that and is confident that engineering solutions are available in order to develop this land for residential purposes. And so I'm confident that on that basis the rezoning can proceed.
Well, I'm confident that it's most appropriate, that it's most appropriate to do it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, I've made that comment in relation to the engineering of it, but obviously there's some issues that, you know, particularly loss of versatile soils and perhaps the traffic effects through the Springs and Shands Road that are sort of bigger picture issues where I think are beyond the scale of this plan change and ultimately you'll make a merits-based assessment on those points.
Were there any issues that the submitters raised? We've sat and listened to them all as have I, but were there any particular themes that came through to you?
Well, I think it was, Mr. Johnson touched on the changing character of Lincoln is a key one, but again, that's one of those inevitable consequences of growth, that you get those concerns and the fear of the unknown. You've heard from a number of submitters in very recent and adjoining developments to the plan change site about the quality of the development and how they have a real sense of belonging. And the reality is that there's no reason why future occupants of PC69 won't feel exactly the same way. Because whilst they all seem to be putting their neighbourhoods they live in as some kind of planning pedestal, the reality is they were planned and developed in exactly the same manner as any land was. I didn't see anything particularly unique about the processes and the planning that led to those two developments. And I don't see any reason why PC69 wouldn't be developed in the same way. And I guess the other key one was seeing the correspondence from Mr. Borry more recently about the treatment plant. And the reality is that the use of the plant has changed, and that is the only reason that Mr. England is comfortable with a slightly reduced setback. And I guess the concern for Mr. England through this process was that the odour experts were making their expert assessments based on a snapshot in time, i.e. now, as far as Mr. England's concerned, and as far as I'm concerned as a planner, that's a designated asset, which, yes, it's subject to regional council consent if its use wants to expand in the future, but that's the same for a lot of council assets and a lot of assets generally that are protected. But, a designation is a high level of protection, so I believe that planning imperative is that infrastructure should be protected moving forward, and also in a conservative manner to allow for future use, foreseen future use. And I guess that's where Mr. England's coming from, and that especially as of now with the Enabling Act legislation potentially in the future, the ability of servicing is a wee bit up in the air at the moment in terms of demands and the like. So he wants to maintain that flexibility and resilience moving forward. So in that regard, I believe that the amended applicant's proposal that Mr. England has assessed and accepted meets the concerns of those other submitters in that regard.
It's quite a, I'm comfortable that I understand your influence and your position now, but there is there's a lot of, from a policy, at a policy level, there is a lot there's there's a lot to weigh this, the benefits of this in terms of the supply issues and policy that you've got against a very strong policy framework in a lot of areas, which is this comes buffing, but it's right up against, isn't it? And I don't take your evidence as saying that Policy Act simply makes those matters irrelevant. Is it your view that they're still important, that whole regional policy framework and the district plan which implements it, that's still, they're still very relevant for me to consider?
For sure, yeah, I agree. It's merely that directive objective and policy, particularly in Chapter 6 of the RPS, that would otherwise preclude this development. And I probably prefer the interpretation that was happened before, where it's not, it's an exception, if you like. You're not saying it's not relevant. It's just being read in a way where you provide for these sites as an exception to that otherwise avoid policy based on the NPSUD. And that's not to say that every plan change that's been applied for would necessarily meet the threshold to be approved.
No, I mean, there's more than one threshold, like, isn't there? But it often comes down to that. The quality, so it's that capacity, but meeting that good urban.
Yeah, the well-functioning urban environment is key. But if it's not good development, it still won't. It's still precluded by the NPSUD. It's
Okay, so I don't know whether we need to discuss much further the issue in terms of the relationship with the EPS and the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. I mean, it's sort of, it is a combined planning / legal issue, but that yeah, and when you do look at the NPS, there is, and as Mr. Langan identified, it's a matter that I have to have particular regard to. So I'm going to have to think all those issues through and analyse them. It's certainly not necessarily a straightforward matter, and there is quite a bit to obviously for me to consider. It's been a pretty full week, and we'll need to have a talk. I don't know whether you want to do that now or for me to, yeah. Okay, well, the two issues are one site visit, which I probably might be a bad way to start. Start the week.
Rose
Or,
is postponed next week.
It should be unless you get the baby.
unless he does, or really.
Yeah, we're just conscious that in the past you wanted that not to be Mr. Carter, so we have the same, yeah, the same, who's accompanied you previously.
Yeah, and it's only on, obviously it's only on that working farm. We don't need to have one around, and I'm obviously very keen on looking at the areas around the, well, the whole site, but the areas around the heritage.
Yes, we can make those arrangements with Mr. Greenslade.
And springs and a little bit of traipsing around along the waterways and those sorts of things as well. So, and I'm very conscious it's an operating farm. So we'll perhaps I'll have a look at my calendar.
Yes.
And get back to the office and see if we can arrange some time. So there's that, and then I still need to think through the issue in terms of the reverse sensitivity matters, and obviously I've heard evidence on that today, but I still need to think through whether there needs to be an opportunity for comment on that. I'll think those through the next few days, and I'll probably issue a minute early next week as well. And in terms of reply, I mean, that will follow from that obviously, but
we were under, we were, if there wasn't any other further matters outstanding, putting aside item, we were aiming for a week. So, we can do it as quickly as we want it done.
Okay, well, I'll think about it, next week and get a minute out in terms of that.
May I just mention in terms of Bruce's availability for that side, it was expecting that to happen in a couple of weeks, so.
I know, won't be.
It'll be Monday or Tuesday.
If it was next week, that would be ideal.
Yeah, it'll be early to mid next week, depending on what the desks look like. Yeah, so, just to thank everybody for their contribution, and I don't know if any submitters left online, may not be, but everybody who has participated has done so well, and there have been obviously there's some significant issues for people involved, and I've received some very good information from the submitters and the experts. So thank you all very much, and we'll adjourn, and I'll adjourn a minute of the meeting next week. Okay.